My name is Moyagabo Dainamagano, the Executive Director of Tuition Support and Facilitation of Learning in the portfolio of Teaching, Learning, Community Engagement, and Student Support in the University of South Africa. I will be co-directing the programs today and tomorrow with Professor Ashley Gunter. I will also be working with Tulisi Kalala, our sign language interpreter, and Nontlan Daba seated at the back. The Chancellor of the University of South Africa, former President Thabo Mbeki, the Council of the University of South Africa, led by Dr. Musia, the Principal and Vice Chancellor of UNISA, Professor Puleng Lenkabula, the President of African Council for Distance Education, the board members of ACDE, the delegates from all over Africa and other countries globally, welcome and good morning, Thobela, Dumelang, Goeiemorgen, Bon dia. Good morning. Thank you. This is a day that all of us were waiting for, the 20th anniversary. In actual fact, the Vice Chancellor corrected in the morning that it is actually the 21st anniversary. I checked what the 20th anniversary means. Is a vicentennial. In other words, in other countries and other traditions, they celebrate this by bringing emeralds that symbolize deep love, renewal, and a relationship that continues to flourish. In our context also, we are looking this as a platinum milestone, proof of resilience, and also that brings connectivity and endurance, especially in the academic fraternity. In the African continent, there are a myriad of challenges, but we continue to thrive and to succeed. This is a 21st-year-old young adult who proved that Africa can achieve, especially because there are a number of milestones, beacons in the academic fraternity that proved that Africa can achieve a lot. When you start from Cairo and then go down to Cape, you can see symbols of achievement and what the universities and higher education managed to achieve. In 2019, COVID came, but COVID never discouraged us. It propelled us to another platform. The digitization, the modal facilitation came into the space where we've proved that as Africans we can excel. And all universities that are using the distance modality and also the e-learning or various modalities of facilitating learning prove that the examinations and assessment will not be stopped by COVID. Graduations continued, and scholars of note continue to publish in that atmosphere of challenges. And academics continue to ensure that their universities will be ranked and their academics will be cited globally. Today, in this celebration, as ACDE, we are saying as Africans, epistemologically, we will rise. We will continue to make sure that as Africans we prosper. Africa is also a key player in contributing to the body of knowledge. There is a need for new frameworks. We have been quoting the Europe and American scholars, but now let us look into ourselves. 2 weeks ago, we had the School of Humanities launched, or they were continuing to launch the African transformation frameworks here. And we talked about rethinking the classrooms. We talked about rethinking assessment methods. And today, in the following 2 days, ACDE will also continue to say, how do we map our way forward? How do we resolve our challenges as Africans? We were using the Eurocentric approaches in resolving our challenges, and they are not working. We were using the Eurocentric approaches in teaching our students, and they do not understand. How will I understand the Mississippi River if I can't know where Limpopo River is here in Africa? So we are here to continue to map the way forward for the African continent, for the academic space to flourish. With those words, I am now going to call upon the treasurer of the ACDE. This is a giant of a woman, the principal and vice chancellor of the University of South Africa. She is a respected philosopher and academic leader, widely recognized for contributions in transformation, in ethics, and also in the inclusive education sphere. She introduced the 10 catalytic niche areas in the South African space, or the teaching and learning space, the research space, the engaged scholarship here at UNISA. She's a woman of note, a woman leader who ensured that other women are no longer fearful of becoming leaders. Shall we applaud her before I mention her name? She ensured that the feminist theories are not just theories, but there are realities of saying that women can lead. She's none other than Professor Puleng Lenkabula, a woman who made it possible for other women to be brave in the continent, and other women will follow suit. Come and welcome us, the mother of the University of South Africa, the University of the Land, the university that produces leaders. Shall we be on our feet to welcome the treasurer of ACDE?
Thank you, colleagues. May I request you to be seated? Oh, my goodness. I don't know where to start after the vibrant welcome by Professor Mahanu. All of you who know, she's a renowned scholar who's helping us to ensure that the quality of teaching, learning, and the optimizations of technologies becomes an important imperative for higher education in the continent. So thank you very much, Program Director and our sign language interpreter. Colleagues, let me take this opportunity to recognize the President of the African Council for Distance Education, Professor Shibairu. Thank you very much, President, for having given us the opportunity to be present. I also recognize the first Vice President of ACDE, and a long-standing leader of our organization and the university system in our continent, Professor Olufemi Peters, the first Vice President of ACD, and the Vice Chancellor of National Open University, Nigeria. Let me recognize the second President, Professor Who became the second president when Professor Bisanda left? Yes. Oh, so you took over. I needed to make sure because Professor Bisanda used to be the second president, and therefore Professor Mulilira has become one from the National University in Tanzania, the Open University Tanzania. So I thought you said this is your first meeting. So he's starting as the second president. Can we give him a round of applause? And of course, colleagues, we are honored to have Her Excellency Professor Sarah Agbo, the President of Mine UP, who is the Inspector of Administration, but also the former African Union Commissioner for Education in the AU, who will be giving a keynote. Another keynote will be delivered by the President of the African Universities, as well as the Chairperson of Council of the African Union, Pan-African University, and the Vice Chancellor of University of Namibia, Professor Matengu, in temporary absence. Let me recognize the Vice Chancellors present here. Can I request the Vice Chancellors to stand so that our colleagues who are participating in person but also virtually can see you? All the Vice Chancellors of ACD members that are here in person, can I request that you all stand up so that, Prof, now you are in, may I request you to stand? I know all the Vice Chancellors and I'm not sure why they are shy. Colleagues, in our world we have Mudidi Etane, Mkhulukwane. Can I request that we welcome them? The ululations are running short. Can I have them properly? Again, bomme. Skelan disappointed. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate your presence. And colleagues, now that the Vice Chancellors from the different universities, including those who are participating virtually, have presented themselves and you have welcomed them, I feel quite honored, colleagues, that you're here. Let's also recognize Professor Teresa Mwoma, the Executive Director of the University of Kenya, the Secretary General of ACDE, but also a staff member of the University of Kenyatta University. Dr. Mwoma, can you please stand? Professor Mwoma, can you please stand? Thank you very much. Colleagues, Professor Mwoma is the one who is making sure that the coordination of ACD takes place, that we are vibrant, robust, and the work that we as African universities in this area do the work that we commit or have committed to do. Let me recognize Mr. Carlton Mukwebo, Secretary General of the South African Commission for UNESCO, and members of multilateral institutions that are here. Can I request a round of applause for the presence of UNESCO and UN systems? Thank you very much. We also have our own executive deans, the people who are in the forefront of ensuring that the academic program takes place. But before I acknowledge the academic deans, may I request the members of MENCOM of this university who have been central to supporting this important conference, can I request you to stand up so that colleagues can come, see you, engage you? Can I request the MENCOM to stand up and you give them a round of applause? Colleagues, the management of the university, the executive, thank you very much. Colleagues, these are the colleagues that co-drive with me this august university, whose leadership ideas are constantly in the pulse of our society, our continent, and what we have to do as African leaders in the education sector to strengthening science. Let me also recognize Mr. Babatunde Olomide Amiola, the Manager for Public Health, Security and Social Protection Division of Universities, members of ACDE, members of the University of South Africa, and other universities that are present here. I've recognized that Walter Sisulu University is also represented, and many other universities are sister universities. Program directors, colleagues, friends, comrades, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our students, the primary stakeholders of what we do, our leaders from the Ministry of Higher Education. You are welcome to the University of South Africa, the University of the Land, the home of leaders, the university committed to working with continental leaders to building a higher education system that is attentive to the contextual and the aspirations of our societies. Program Director, let me thank you for the opportunity of welcoming the ACDE board, all participants in person and virtually, the students who are participating in this important event, majority of them who will be taking a seminar, a virtual seminar, to ensure that they learn from and with one another. Let me also congratulate you, our president, and the ACD board for ensuring that our organization, the African Council for Distance Education, has been at the center of ensuring that our university systems in our countries, in the continent, are central to ensuring that quality education is available to the masses of our society, to youth and young adults, but also to those who want to change their education outcomes. We recognize that open distance universities have the assets of digitization, the mediation of distance, not just distance physical, not through digital systems only, but epistemic distance that is sometimes not mediated. I'm also appreciative of the multimodality that we have seen as important, and therefore the resilience that ACDE members would have shown even as many universities were battling with pandemics, were battling with digitization systems and the onslaught of artificial intelligence, which must not be feared but engaged with. And therefore, let me congratulate our organization for this historic seminar in celebration of the 20th anniversary since the establishment of the African Council for Distance Education, which took place in this important university, UNISA. Can I request that we give them a round of applause? Professor Meahabo Mahanu has already stated that for any organization and movement to be resilient, even in the midst of pandemics such as the COVID pandemic, is a mark and a commitment of leadership, of resilience, and that idea of rallying important insights and knowledge to ensure that we forge ahead and that the struggles of our continent don't derail our implementation processes or our aspirations through knowledge, research, engaged scholarship, and forming our students to being formidable leaders. And therefore, we want to reaffirm that the next 20 years, the next 100 years, the ACD will be a movement, an organization, a rallying point of our universities in the continent to projecting the best of Africa's knowledges, to ensuring that our leaders, the political leaders, the economic and policy makers, the high influential leaders, the multilateral systems in our society that takes decisions around economies, the politics, the futures that we forge together as Africans, that they take seriously the knowledge and the research from Africa and use it to rally and propel our societies and co-construct important insights. Yesterday, when some vice-chancellors had converged, one of the critical issues they bemoaned is the fact that many universities and our societies sometimes marginalize education and prioritize politics. And politics without education, without analytics, without intellectuals putting insights, sometimes lead into outcomes that don't attend to poverty, inequality, the management of biotic resources, and the management of our resources. They bemoaned the fact that we as Africans sometimes prioritize and predicate our knowledges and look to the north and to the east, even when the knowledges that the north and the east are projecting would have come from our own horizons, our own knowledge systems. And this idea of decolonizing knowledge, Africanizing knowledge, and ensuring that our universities are not shy to propelling our knowledges in the frontiers of the global knowledge arena must be primacy, not alternative. They stated that they commit themselves as the ACDE leaders, that Africa and Africa's intellectual brains trust must be projected, must be at the center of the imagination of the future and the present and the solutions that our societies are facing. They've recommitted themselves to saying 20 years of building, strengthening, consolidating universities in the continent, supporting the states, African states, their policy systems, ensuring that in the international multilateral systems that are engaged with education, that we as African intellectuals must ensure that our civilizations, our knowledges, our researchers become the center and resource our societies. They stated that this remarkable celebration, the moment of glory of our celebration of 20th and 21st years of being together as Africans, that we must be proud that we can create, sustain, and grow our institutions for the benefit of Africa and her people. More than anything, the mission of ACDE is instructive to its internal organs, the various partners in the continent, as well as the people gathered in this room and those participating virtually. For me, this is quite important because as the ACDE, we don't just exist for ourselves as an organization. We exist to promote collaboration amongst all actors in the comprehensive open distance learning universities in our continent. But we also do so understanding that contact universities are also drawing on our models of digitalization, of mediating distance, of using virtual and e-learning to strengthening and advocating for policy, research, quality assurance in open distance e-learning with the aim of increasing access to inclusive and equitable quality education and training in Africa. This meeting and this celebration, therefore, is one of the practical expressions of the pursuit of ACDE mission. In this regard, we appreciate deeply the efforts of the organizers that have brought together to engage in the next 2 days about the history of this organization. We are appreciative that some of the colleagues who were present when ACDE was formed are here. Professor Peters and many others who are here. It is unfortunate that some of the leaders in South Africa may not have been able to come, but they are participating virtually. And many of our former vice chancellors, our predecessors, Professor Pichana, Professor Makanya, were also central to this, and we appreciate and acknowledge their role. Beyond this being a practical expression of our celebration, it is also a mark, an honor, and a privilege to confirm for us as the University of South Africa that we will continue the proud membership or collaboration with others so that ACD is strengthened, is strong, is not on the margins but at the center, but it is also financially independent. As the treasurer, I cannot stand here and not remind you that for us as African universities, as long as we ask others to finance our sciences, we will continue being dependent. So it is for our universities to ensure that the financial resources, the technological resources, the human resources capital in terms of intellectuals, administrators, as well as our students, must be rallied together to strengthening ACDE. And we cannot be celebrating our first 21st or 25 years without acknowledging the tremendous changes, the unprecedented changes in our history, in our society. Many of you would recognize that the financing of higher education in our society has taken a knock. In many of our countries, the national budgets are cut, and the first cuts are in education. Are we going to, as academics, wait for the politicians to cut, or are we going to be innovative and to ensuring that we also augment the resources that our states make available for ourselves? And I'd say, as the treasurer of the ACDE, we are committing that in the context of the geopolitical contradictions that sometimes undermine the contribution of Africa, it is important for us who are sitting here, but in the many universities that we lead, to recognize these shifts, these changes, including not just the roles that are played by the big men, in quotes, who lead the strong countries in military, in economies, who may make us fearful. And ours is to say, we shouldn't. The geopolitics must ignite us to working together in solidarity to ensuring that Africans and the youthful dividend benefits from the ideation and the research or innovations that our university co-create. Finally, as we recall, long before the recent changes in technology, distant education was not widely accepted. Remember, many of you who lead ODL institutions, your universities were seen as the university of last resort. If students had applied everywhere else and rejected, they were seen to be coming to ODL. But in the last 20 years, it has become very clear that we have improved ourselves as ODL universities. We've improved our research. We've ensured that we expand the contours of our footprint. We've also ensured that the universities open distance learning are the universities of choice and not of last resort. I want to commend you for that, because if it were not the quality in technology, in quality assurance, in the peer assurance systems that we have, perhaps we would still be on the margins and not at the center. Your resilience during the COVID-19, when many universities had closed down or did not know what to do, also has aided us to ensure that we succeed. As we speak and as we learn that in the digitization system, we used to think as ODL and Contact University, it was the blue-collar jobs that were affected by the fourth industrial revolution or the robotics. But we are learning as universities with the onslaught of artificial intelligence that the white-collar jobs are going to be affected. And therefore, how do we prepare our students, our academics, to understand the future as we experience it? One of the key friends of the University of South Africa is a university in South Korea who are very advanced in quantum computing as well as artificial intelligence. We have just learned from them, Dr. Tongwan, and all vice chancellors, that in Korea, South Korea, Accounting is one of the areas that has been wiped out by artificial intelligence, the same way that assembly points were wiped out by robots in the assembly points of cars or any other. So as Vice Chancellors, what are we doing about these disciplines that are going to be muted or removed by the new digitization system? Are we going to wait for them to be erased, eroded, or are we going to be thinking anew? The second area that our colleagues in South Korea reminded us that some of the Hyundai cars that you're driving, some of the cars that you're driving from Korea are fully assembled, not by any human being, including the quality assurance by artificial intelligence. If Africa is looking to ensure that the youthful dividend is optimized, our students or our graduates get jobs, and coding is no longer a subject, Professor Mamba, in high schools and in universities, what is it that we are going to talk about as ACDE, and how are we going to ensure the future of our universities and the future of our societies and the continent? We would like to commit that we will work together to be attentive to the future. We would like to concur with the Nigerian scholar, Professor Ajayi, who once emphasized the need for African universities to be relevant to their environments, not to be perturbed, but to ensure that we respond and we're at the center of the solutions that are contextually transformative, even as we project the best in the global world. As we navigate these complexities, colleagues, of transforming African distance education, we would like to draw on your wisdom, on the rich heritage of intellectual brain trust of all of you who are here and those who are participating virtually, so that in the spirit of our philosophies as Africans, and in the words of Wole Soyinka, that the future is not something we enter with opaque eyes, but the future is something that we co-create together, that we don't look to the east and the west or the north without looking in the belly of Africa for the insights and the ideas and the research that is helpful. I hope you enjoy UNISA. I hope you enjoy the hospitality of the people of the South. I hope you enjoy the encounter with one another of your scholarship. And I hope, as the intellectuals in here, before we read the European philosophers, scientists, we will read one another, cite one another, and learn from one another and with each other. Welcome to UNISA, the home of leaders, the university of the land, the university that's committed to the continent of Africa. And therefore, we hope that this idea of commitment of our continent will continue to blossom and to flourish. Welcome to the African Council for Distance Education, a council dedicated to improving the quality of education and research for our continent. Welcome to all the universities that are represented here. We hope, unlike our leaders who go, all of them, to see one leader in China or in UK or elsewhere, it will be others that will come to Africa to learn from the cradle of humanity, to learn from the philosophies that are humanizing, to learn from the sciences that do not create the weapons that are death-dealing, but that create humanity that coexists with the environment. As ACD, these are the values that we propel and to which we hope, with our partners, UNESCO, the African Association of Universities, and other multilateral entities, including our ministers of education in all our countries, that we will cohere together. Thank you very much. We appreciate your presence. Thank you. Welcome.
I didn't hear Mekulukwane, Miduduetsane, the ululation. We are in Africa. That's how we do it in Africa. Shall I hear it again? And the gentlemen say, wah, wah. Shall we hear the wah, wah, wah? At least we are not alone women. Nah. Thank you so much. Vice Chancellor, the Treasurer of ACDE, thank you so much for a powerful welcome message. I could hear that the Treasurer is speaking when she said the financial resources, the human resources, the digital resources are in sync with the global trends, and we must make sure that our universities are on track. Thank you so much. Shall we give a round of applause? We are now welcomed. We are now free. Let me just make an announcement. The ablution facilities are on the right-hand side, and I think the ushers, the colleagues that are wearing black and white and project team, they will lead us if we want ablution facilities. And if there is any need, you just go to the gentleman this side wearing black and white. This side, I don't see anyone. Auspina. Okay. Yeah, you will go to the gentleman in that table if there's a need of maybe the physical need or so. We are continuing with our program. I want to applaud my Vice Chancellor, the ACDE Treasurer, for keeping to time, 20 minutes on time. Thank you so much, VC. We will go to the second item. We are an hour late, colleagues. We will be ushering now the second speaker, who is also given 20 minutes. Professor Solomon Shibairo is a distinguished Kenyan academic, university administrator, and professor of horticulture, currently serving as the Vice Chancellor of Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology. He holds a PhD in plant science from the University of British Columbia, Canada, an MSc in agronomy, a BSc in agriculture, both from the University of Nairobi. His academic career spans over 3 decades, during which he has risen through the ranks from senior lecturer to associate professor and professor, serving at the University of Nairobi and Kibabi University. Professor Shibairo's scholarly work focuses on horticulture, crop production, post-harvest technologies, and food and nutrition security. With extensive experience in supervising postgraduate students and leading multi-million shilling research and development projects. He's a member of the Kenya National Academy of Science and has held several senior university leadership positions, including Deputy Vice Chancellor and Acting Vice Chancellor prior to his current appointment. He's the current president for the African Council for Distance Education since 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we put our hands together and be on our feet as the president resumes the platform just to give us the vision of ACDE.
Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. I want to acknowledge the presence of those who are watching us online. I also recognize the hosts of SCD 20th anniversary, the Principal and Vice Chancellor of the University of South Africa, Professor Puleng Denkabula. Thank you very much for that wonderful speech. Professor Sarah Agbo, President Menes and Inspector Administration, Ministry of Education, the Honorable African Union Commissioner, Professor Kenneth Matengu, I don't know where he is. Oh, there you are. And President of the Pan-African Council, Chair of the Association of African Universities, and Vice Chancellor of the University of Namibia. I mentioned quite a number of gentlemen, I don't know where they are. Vice Chancellor, Namibia? Yes. There he is, okay. Distinguished invited guests, distinguished members of SCDB Executive Board, esteemed partners, colleagues and friends, and all protocol observed. Today we gather here to honor a bold African idea, one that took root, gained momentum, and has profoundly reshaped the landscape of higher education across our continent. We are here to celebrate over 20 years of purpose, partnerships, and progress of the African Council for Distant Education. This moment is both one of reflection and resolve. It's a time to reflect on a journey defined by visionary leadership, institutional courage, and collective commitment, and a moment to renew our resolve to advance equitable access to quality higher education through open distance and electronic learning. SCD at 20 is therefore not simply a celebration of years gone. It is a reaffirmation of a deeply held African conviction that geography, circumstance, or limitation should never be a barrier to learning. Over the years, my predecessors, the founding chairman and presidents, laid the firm foundation upon which the Council stands today. These distinguished leaders include Professors Bane Pitiana, there's Nuhu Yakub, Olegbe Miro Jagede, Prince Charles Adelabu, the late Professor Toli Mbwete, the late Professor Primrose Kurasha, Alfred Champion Kube, Feza Abdallah Ehang, Abderafu El Badawi, Al-Tayyib Ahmed Al-Mustafa Hayad, and the immediate former president, Professor Kosgi Alabi. I acknowledge with deep appreciation the critical role each of them played in the shaping the vision, values, and institutional strength of SCD. We are celebrating 20 years, although the Vice Chancellor was reminding us we are in the 21st year. So we are celebrating these 20 years of and transition is happening at SCD board. I acknowledge the incoming SCD first Vice President, Professor Oduma. Can he stand and we wave and we see him? Professor Oduma is from Open University of Nigeria. We have also Professor Alex Makuliro, the second Vice President. Makuliro, please. He's also the Vice Chancellor of Open University of Tanzania. We also have Professor Okumu, the incoming Secretary General, and Acting Vice Chancellor, Kenyatta University. That transition just happened a week ago. He's virtual. Okay, I didn't know that. So welcome, Okumu. I also asked him, sorry, Okumu cannot stand because he's virtual, but he has acknowledged. The vision moved into action in January 2004 with the formal launch of the SCD at Egerton University in Kenya. The launch conference adopted an interim constitution, elected interim leadership, and designed Egerton University as a host of the interim secretariat, establishing SCD as a continental platform for collaboration, quality assurance, research, and policy engagement. The momentum continued with the inaugural SCD conference and General Assembly in August 2005, hosted here at UNISA. This landmark assembly adopted the SCD Constitution, elected the first executive board, and resolved to establish a permanent secretariat. In July 2006, the secretariat was officially launched in Nairobi, making a critical step in strengthening the Council's institutional foundations. Between the year 2007 and 2013, SCD consolidated its governance structure, expanded its membership, and deepened collaboration among African countries and African universities. A defining milestone was reached in the year 2010 when SCD was formally recognized by the African Union Commission as the lead implementing agency for open and distant learning in Africa and granted observer status. This recognition was reinforced through a memorandum of understanding signed by the African Union Commission in 2011, firmly positioning SCD within continental education policy architecture. SCD policy influence was further strengthened in 2013 when it assumed a leadership role in the continental teacher development roadmap, particularly in expanding access to teacher education and improving quality in science, mathematics, and technology through ODL. During this period, SCD also became a member of the International Task Force on Teachers for Education for All, reinforcing its engagement in global education dialogue. From 2014 to 2019, SCD experienced significant pragmatic growth. Flagship initiatives address critical priority, including quality assurance and accreditation, ICT integration in ODL, institutional collaboration, research and knowledge generation, and scholarly publishing through the African Journal of Distance Education. Central to this phase was the work of the SCD Quality Assurance and Accreditation Agency, which laid the groundwork for strengthening standards and credibility in open, distant, and electronic learning across Africa. Quality assurance remains a strategic pillar of SCD mandate. In this regard, SCD developed a comprehensive quality assurance toolkit through a consultative process involving member institutions and experts. This work culminated in a the Trainer program hosted at Kenyatta University in March 2023, aimed at strengthening institutional capacity for internal quality assurance and peer review. Building on this foundation, SCD has rolled out a quality assurance accreditation program to support continuous improvement and institutional credibility. I call upon all higher institutions of learning to utilize the SCD Quality Assurance Toolkit and to actively participate in the capacity building efforts, including upcoming assessor trend scheduled for February 2026. That's just next month. In the period from 2023 to 2025, SCD has renewed its strategic focus on partnerships, innovation, and continental reach. Deliberate efforts have been made to expand memberships across Francophone, Lusophone, Arabophone regions reinforcing SCD's Pan-African identity. And our renewed partnership with the Shanghai Open University reflects SCD's growing global engagement, while our appointment as lead organization for ICDE Global Advocacy Campaign Task Force for Africa underscores our international standing. SCDE has also actively contributed to the implementation of Continental Education Strategy for Africa, aligning our work with the shared continental priorities. As we celebrate these achievements, we remain mindful that the strong institution requires strong foundations. The acquisition of our permanent headquarters for SCD remains a strategic priority, one that will enhance institutional stability, visibility, and long-term sustainability as we prepare for the next phase of growth. Distinguished delegates, SCDE journey over more than 2 decades stands as a testament to visionary leadership, institutional resilience, and collective effort across Africa. While not every milestone has been documented, the legacy of SCDE is evident in policies shaped, institutions strengthened, educators empowered, and countless learners whose lives have been transformed. As we look to the future, I call upon higher institutions of learning from the region to reaffirm its commitment to the ideals that have sustained this council for over 2 decades. Let us invest deliberately in quality assurance, deepen collaboration across borders and linguistic regions, and place innovation at the heart of open distance education, e-learning delivery. The future of SCD will be shaped not by intention alone, but by collective action. Together, let us translate vision into measurable impact, ensure the sustainability of our shared institutions, and build systems that respond to Africa's learners and development priorities. United in purpose, we can be confident that through SCD, we are shaping the future of education in Africa. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. May you be blessed.
Colleagues, I'm a teacher by profession. I didn't hear the lili lili. I didn't hear the hoa. Shall we do it again? Lili 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 lili. And then the gentlemen say hoa. Thank you, President. Thank you so much. You are saying as ACTE, we are shaping the education of the continent and also taking priority in quality assurance, and quality assurance cuts across in teaching and learning, in research, and engaged scholarship. Thank you so much. We really appreciate that. The president of ACD, Professor Solomon Shibairo. Thank you so much, and you kept your time. Actually, he took 10 minutes. Thank you so much. We are now we congratulate you for 10 minutes. Thank you so much. The third speaker is Professor Olufemi Peters. I'm going to read the bio. Professor Olufemi Peters is presently the Vice Chancellor of the National Open University of Nigeria, NAUN. He holds a BSc in Chemistry, MSc and PhD in Polymer Science and Technology. He worked at the Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, Nigeria, for over 20 years before joining the National Open University of Nigeria in 2003. He was at one time visiting professor of chemistry, University of Lagos, Nigeria. A professor in chemistry, Prof. Peters has held various leadership positions in NAUN, such as chairman, committees of deans and directors, chairman, business committee of Senate, dean, School of Science, director of examination and assessment, Director of Academic Planning and Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academics. From 2014 to 2018, he was the Executive Director and Chief Executive of the Nigerian Stored Products Research Institute, Ilorin, Nigeria. Professor Peters has also served as a matriculation board for advanced level programs, National Commission for Colleges of Education, National Board for Technical Education for Polytechnics, and National Universities Commission. He served as member and chairman of a number of committees for the Standards Organization of Nigeria and the Raw Material Research and Development Council in Nigeria. Professor Peters has served as lead consultant to the Commonwealth of Learning, Vancouver, Canada, through which he respectively led, facilitated at 4 African universities and 10 Nigerian universities on policy formulations, quality assurance, and dual mode transitioning. He led several study teams from Naun to ODL institutions such as the Open University, UK, the University of South Africa, International College Group, and Western Cape Learning Center in Pero, Cape Town, Indira Gandhi National Open University, and New Delhi National Institute for Open Schooling, India, and the University of London. Professor Olufemi Peters is a fellow of the Chemical Society of Nigeria and first vice president of the African Council for Distance Education. He is a pioneer who was the first president of ACDE. Shall we welcome him, and he will be giving us the context of ACDE.
Yeah, it's good morning. Is it morning yet? All right, good morning. In my country, all the time, if it's morning, if it's afternoon, if it's evening, you say good morning. So I'm here to really give us a bit about how the ACDE has been over the past 20 years. I want to recognize the president of the African Council for Distance Education, Professor Solomon Shibairo. I also want to recognize the host of this seminar and this 20th anniversary, Professor Puleng Nkambula, the Vice Chancellor of UNISA. I want to recognize our keynote speakers, His Excellency Professor Sarah Agbo, Excellency rather. I think she's coming a little bit later, and also I want to recognize the second keynote speaker, Professor Kenneth Matengu. I want to recognize the ACD board members and former vice chancellors, former board members of the ACD, invited guests, and one of us who was here at the beginning of ACDE itself, who was one of the vice chancellors that co-joined the various institutions that we now have as ACDE. Professor Olugbemiro Jagede is just working here. He's a former vice chancellor of the National Open University of Nigeria and former president of the ACDE. He's presently the president of the Nigerian Academy of Education in our country. You are welcome. He just strolled in while we were talking. In order not to beat the time, I've decided to merge two addresses together. And I'd requested earlier, because of my pronunciation, so that people will get what I'm saying properly, I'd asked that perhaps this should be screened. But there's an issue with the screening, so I will just go ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to join you as we celebrate the 20th anniversary of ACD, and we reflect on a remarkable 20-year journey of African Council for Distance Education. It was the Nigerian literature guru, Chinua Achebe, who said, "A man who cannot tell where the rain began to beat him cannot know where he dried his body." In other words, if you do not know where you are coming from, you cannot tell where you are going. This reminder about our history and identity is the task that I've been asked to undertake with you this morning. Dear colleagues, friends, and distinguished leaders of open and distance learning across our continent, standing together at the 20-year mark of the ACDA is both humbling and deeply energizing. Marking 20 years of ACDA is far more than an anniversary. It is a continental statement of purpose, a statement of resilience, and a statement that African intellectual leadership has come to stay. ACD at 20 stands as a powerful reminder that access to higher education in Africa has been deliberately expanded, not by chance, but through vision, collaboration, and sustained commitment. The first of the milestone is that we can claim, we can affirm that Africa has ownership of solutions. At a time when distance and open learning were often viewed as peripheral or remedial, ACDE has boldly positioned ODL as a strategic response to Africa's realities, knowledge capability, demographics, resource constraints, and the urgent need for massification of higher education. From the very beginning, member institutions did not simply join a new council, they nurtured it. As a founding institutional member, we recall with gratitude how the then Vice Chancellor of my university, Professor Olugbemro Jagede, and other early champions from UNISA, the Open University of Tanzania, Egerton University, Zimbabwe Open University, Open University of Mauritius, Open University of Sudan, Universidad Alberta, ESED, and others ensured that ACDE took root, grew in membership, and steadily increased its visibility and impact. They gave not only their names, but also they gave us their time. They also gave us their staff. They gave us ideas. And even they gave us budget lines to help the young council stand. The council's mandate was clear. It was to advocate for accessible, highly quality, high education, to support capacity building, and to shape ODL policy and practice in alignment with continental and global agendas. Over 2 decades, we have remained largely faithful to this purpose, while we're also interpreting and expanding our mandate in response to new realities, such as digital transformation, the growth of e-learning, the pressures of massification, and the imperatives of the Sustainable Development Goals and the African Union's Agenda 2063. Distinguished audience, the second reflection is about institutional maturity and credibility. From the convening platform of visionary vice chancellors, ACD has now evolved into a respected continental body, shaping policy dialogue, quality assurance, capacity building, and peer learning across Africa. Its policies and deliberations have helped normalize standards for ODL. It has helped strengthen institutional systems. It has helped elevated discourse on quality, discourse on inclusion, and discourse on relevance in distance education. Longevity in this sense is not just about survival, but about sustained relevance and impact. 20 years on, ODL is no longer an alternative. It is central to Africa's higher education future. ACD's journey validates the foresight of our African leaders who trusted in homegrown ideas and collective action. As I reflect on the 20-year milestone, I also come to realize that the ACD has been a driver of equity and inclusion. Over 2 decades ago, ACD have supported institutions and have opened doors for working adults, for women, for rural learners, for displaced populations, and learners with disabilities, groups historically excluded from traditional campus-based models. The legacy of ACD is written in millions of learning journeys made possible because education was brought closer to people rather than requiring people to conform to rigid systems. Fourthly, ACD's reflective time should also be a moment for strategic renewal in the age of digital transformation and AI. This milestone that we are honoring this year coincides with a profound shift in how learning is designed, in how learning is delivered, assessed, and governed. Artificial intelligence, data-driven systems, micro-credentials, and digital ecosystems are now redefining higher education globally. For ACD, 20 years mark a pivot point. Moving from advocacy access through ODL to steering Africa's higher education systems towards ethical, inclusive, and high-quality digital features. The anniversary therefore invites not complacency, but courage to lead Africa confidently through the next transformation. Finally, the milestone is a call to intergenerational stewardship. ACD has had its own past honors and founders and pioneers, but the next also places responsibility on the current and future leaders to safeguard the Council's values while reimagining its role. The next chapter must deepen partnerships, must amplify Africa's voice in global education debates, must strengthen quality assurance, and must ensure that innovation always serves equity and development. In essence, ACD's 20-year anniversary is a testament to what Africa can achieve when it believes in its own ideas, invests in collaboration, and remains steadfast in the conviction that education, open and distance, that is digital, is a powerful instrument for transformation. Permit me to also highlight the lessons and challenges that we have faced as a council. No honest 20-year reflection can ignore the difficulties along the way. ACD's growth has been shaped by micro challenges, meso challenges, and micro-level challenges that have tested our agility and deepened our learning. At the macro level, many countries have grappled with the absence of coherent national OGL policies, weak coordination among government agencies, and inconsistent funding. We've also had inadequate ICT infrastructure and connectivity, which have limited the full potential of technology-enabled learning, especially in rural and low-income communities. At the meso level, long-standing perceptions that question the parity of esteem of ODL compared with traditional campus-based provision have also affected student recruitment, employer acceptance, and policy prioritization. At the macro level, staff and student digital literacy, the design of learner support, and the capacity for academic and administrative teams to manage rapid innovation have also posed recurring challenges. Yet, it is precisely in confronting this obstacle that ACD has shown its adaptive capacity. One vivid example is our collective response to COVID-19. Faced with abrupt campus closures and limited digital infrastructure, ACDE, as a body, worked with partners to develop and roll out upskilling programs for educators, equipping them to design, deliver, and manage online and blended courses under unprecedented conditions. That experience confirmed that African ODL institutions, when networked, when supported, can move quickly, creatively, and collaboratively to keep learning going, even under severe constraints. Another example is the revision of the ACD Quality Assurance Toolkit. The updated digital framework now addresses emerging issues such as online and blended learning, the use of OER, MOOCs, and micro-credentials, and the integration of artificial intelligence into teaching, learning, and assessment. This is not just a technical update. It reflects a mindset of continuous improvement and understanding that quality in ODL must be a moving target. Again, member institutions, including my university, as host of the Quality Assurance Toolkits, and others that piloted and critiqued the toolkit have been central to this learning process. The overarching lesson from these 2 decades is clear. Relevance and credibility in ODL cannot be taken for granted. They must be renewed through evidence-based practice, stakeholder engagement, and a willingness to confront difficult questions about equity, quality, sustainability, and the professionalization of ODL as a distinct field of theory and practice. If ODL is to be taken seriously as a mainstream provision of education, we must take ourselves seriously as a community of practice, investing in rigorous scholarship, clear professional standards, and pathways for developing and reorganizing ODL expertise across our institutions. What is the strategic future? A 20-year anniversary should not be an endpoint. Again, I repeat, it should be a pivot, and we must look ahead to the next decade. ACDE must sharpen its strategic priorities in a rapidly changing higher education landscape. The demand for flexible, affordable, high-quality learning opportunities will always be there and will grow as the youth population in our continent expands, as the labor markets evolve, and as societies face new disruptions. ODL must meet the challenge, and ACDE must be there to guarantee it. As we move into the next phase, dear distinguished listeners, the nurturing partnership with our member institutions must deepen, not diminish. We will need pioneering universities, such as UNISA, the Open University of Tanzania, the NOUN, and its sister institutions across the continent to continue to offer space, expertise, data, and innovation labs where new models of ODL can be tested, refined, and scaled under the ACDE umbrella. We must professionalize ODL because in this way, will it help to consolidate our academic legitimacy and improve the consistency of practice across institutions, across countries, and give ourselves, the practitioners, our academics, the instructional designers, the learner support professionals, and our administrative machinery a stronger sense of identity and recognition. It should also enable ACDE to speak with greater authority when engaging governments, regulators, and partners on standards, resourcing, and policy. I therefore close with a call to our customers, to our stakeholders, to governments, to the African Union, and the regional economic communities, to our partners in UNESCO, Commonwealth of Learning, ICD, and beyond, to leaders and staff members of our institutions, to our students and our alumni, that the next chapter of ACD should not be written only by the Secretariat, ACD Secretariat. It must be collectively authored by all who believe in the transformative power of open and distance learning for Africa's development, and in the need to professionalize the field so that this transformation rests on solid intellectual and practical foundations. May this 20-year anniversary not only remind us of how we have come, but also inspire us to dream, to plan, and to work together for an ACD that is even more impactful, more responsive, more nurtured by its members, and more united in the decades to come. I greet you from the National Open University of Nigeria. Thank you for listening.
I was going to classify my class, but thank you. Somebody started Lily. Shall we applaud again the first president? Thank you so much, Prof. Peters, for taking us throughout the 20-year period, as this young adult is now 21 years old. And the young adult was so productive. What I liked the most out of your whole speech was ACDE has been a driver of equity. It opened doors for women and for rural learners. I think that one, it deserves a round of applause. And we can see in the committee that women are recognized. I think Professor Goski was a vice president from Ghana. And also now we have Professor Mwoma, we have Professor Puleng Linkabula, our vice principal and vice chancellor. So it opened doors. It opened doors. I take that one. And it also improved how learning is designed and delivered. That one touched me as a teacher, and how assessment and AI data-driven systems, micro-credentials are redefining the education globally. Thank you for that. We are now going to a lady, because the doors were opened for women. Professor Teresa Mwoma is a professor in the Department of Early Childhood and Special Needs Education, Kenyatta University. She's seconded to the African Council for Distance Education as the Executive Director coordinating open distance and e-learning in Africa for ACD member institutions. Professor Mwoma is the first African woman to be appointed as the executive director in the male-dominated ACDE as the fourth executive director. Thank you. Thank you for saying yes. Yeah. She is the founder and national coordinator of ECD Network for Kenya, coordinating ECD initiatives in Kenya. Before joining ACDE, Professor Mwoma was managing higher education in emergencies for refugees in Dadaab and Kakuma refugee camps in Kenya as a coordinator, Kenyatta University Dadaab Center. Previously, Professor Mwoma was a director of International Center for Capacity Development in Kenyatta University, coordinating capacity development initiatives for various governmental and non-governmental organizations, agencies in Kenya. Professor Mwoma has mentored over 40 graduate students who have graduated with their masters and PhDs in early childhood studies. She is a research associate She's a research associate at the University of Johannesburg under the South African Research Chair, Education and Care in Childhood. Professor Mwoma has a wide experience in research and consultancy in early childhood care, education and child protection. She is a DART scholar who holds a PhD in early childhood. I think this is a repetition. She has successfully completed a postdoctoral research fellowship at Johannesburg University. She was a visiting scholar at the University of Agda, where she facilitated seminars for faculty and graduate students in February 2020. Besides that, Professor Mwoma is a Kenya country coordinator for the European Early Childhood Education Research Association since 2015 to date. She has conducted over 20 studies focusing on early childhood. Her research interest focuses on nurturing care in early childhood development, policy, the girl child, capacity building, adolescent mothers, and orphans and vulnerable children, as well as open distance and e-learning. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the first female executive director in ACDE. again. And Lili, women in Bogota. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for that wonderful welcome. Your Excellencies, the President of African Council for Distance Education, Her Excellency of our keynote address, Sarah Agbo, Your Excellencies, the first Vice President, African Council for Distance Education, Your Excellency, the second Vice President, African Council for Distance Education, our Treasurer, who is our host, Principal and Vice Chancellor, UNISA, our Secretary General, who is joining us virtually, who is the Acting Vice Chancellor, Kenyatta University, Vice Chancellors and Presidents of universities present, our keynote address, Professor Kenneth Matengu, the UNESCO representatives, distinguished guests, development partners, ladies and gentlemen. First, allow me to acknowledge the important work that has been done to make this day a success. Behind this successful conference was a hard-working committee, which I feel I should be able to acknowledge, which was working round the clock under the able leadership of Dr. Molabo. Dr. Molabo, please stand up. If those committee members are here, please, if I'm not asking so much, please stand up. Matola. Yes, very good. These are just a few. I know others are running around. So let us give them a round of applause. They have made this day to be a success the way we are seeing it. It is with deep humility, pride and profound sense of history that I stand before you today as we celebrate the 20 years, as the earlier speakers have indicated. This milestone seminar, themed Transforming African Distance Education, Emerging Technologies, Institutional Digitalization, and Inclusive Quality Assurance, marks 2 decades of African leadership, collaboration, and unwavering commitment to expanding access to quality higher education through open and distance learning, like earlier speakers have indicated. I wish to express our sincere and heartfelt gratitude to the University of South Africa for graciously hosting this seminar as a pre-conference event for the upcoming 8th ACDE conference in 2027. We are deeply thankful to the Principal and Vice Chancellor of UNISA, together with the entire university management, for their generosity, commitment, and readiness to host this auspicious occasion. I just want to highlight the upcoming 8th General Conference. Our conferences are the ones that produce the next president. In other words, what we are saying, from 2027, the next presidency will be here. Egerton took the presidency in 2024. So that is how serious it is. And that is why, for us, it is very important to hold this seminar here as a pre-conference event. I also extend special appreciation to the organizing committee whom I've already appreciated because of the kind of work they have done, despite the planning period was short because the board approved it for this to happen last year, I think in October. And they only had November and December to make this happen. I say asante sana. In Kenya, that's what we say. As we celebrate this journey, I wish to acknowledge with deep appreciation the visionary leadership of my predecessors who steered the ACD Secretariat from its inception to where it stands today. Professor Simiu Parasa, our very first executive director, Professor Mutale Musonda, the second executive director, and Professor Rotimi Ogidani played an instrumental role in shaping and strengthening the council, laying a firm foundation upon which we continue to build. Today is not merely a commemoration of time. It is a celebration of vision, courage, and collective action. Our journey, as earlier speakers have indicated, began in the early years of 2000, that is the millennium, and they were inspired by the spirit of the African Renaissance and a shared conviction among African vice chancellors that higher education could no longer be confined by geography, infrastructure, or privilege. And that is how, in January 2004, at Egerton University in Kenya, that conviction took in an institutional form. Visionary leaders gathered and dared to imagine a continental body that would unify Africa's efforts in open and distance learning, pooling resources, shaping policy, and amplifying Africa's voice in the global higher education landscape. From that historic meeting emerged the African Council for Education under the founding leadership of giants of African higher education, Professor Pane Pitiana, Professor Lugupemlo Jegede, who is representing those giants here, Professor Ezra Maritim, and many others whose intellectual courage and commitment laid our foundation. Egerton University hosted the first secretariat nurturing ACD in its infancy and anchoring it firmly on the African soil. From 2020 to date, Kenyatta University took over hosting this ACD secretariat. Over the past 2 decades, ACD has embodied the true meaning of Pan-Africanism. Our conferences and leadership have rotated across our regions, from South Africa here, to Nigeria, to Tanzania, to Zimbabwe, Sudan, Ghana, Kenya, and beyond. And now, in 2027, we are coming back to South Africa. Even during the unprecedented disruption of COVID-19, ACD adapted hosting its 6th conference virtually and demonstrating in real time the resilience and transformative power of distance education. Equally important has been our programmatic legacy of our programs that are hosted in our member institutions, as were highlighted by our president in our address. Looking back over our strategic journey, ACD's evolution can be understood in 3 phases. The first one has been highlighted here. The second was the 2016-2020, where ACD was defined by legitimacy building, during which ACD consolidated its continental mandate and positioned itself as a trusted convener and advocate for quality and equity in ODL. The 2021-2025 period marked a phase of institutional consolidation characterized by strengthened governance systems, professionalized operations, and the emergence of quality assurance toolkit, which is now popular, and we are moving to the next level with it. Today, as we enter our third decade, we stand at a critical inflection point poised to move from consolidation to systems level leadership. As we celebrate our achievements, we must also speak with honesty and responsibility about our challenges, which our first Vice President has highlighted. And in addition, I want to mention that across the years, ACD has operated under financial constraints, limited secretariat capacity, and even membership engagement, and underdeveloped research and data system. These challenges are not failures of vision. They are structural realities faced by many continental institutions. So, acknowledging them is not a sign of weakness, but a mark of institutional maturity. Ladies and gentlemen, never has the opportunity before ACD been greater. Africa today stands at the intersection of digital transformation, where our focus should be, artificial intelligence, demographic growth, and urgent demands for equity and inclusion. The question before us is no longer whether open and distance learning is relevant. The question is whether our systems are bold enough, innovative enough, and inclusive enough to meet Africa's future, something the Council is keen to pursue. ACD enters its third decade with a clear responsibility to lead Africa's higher education institutions through the next frontier of digital and AI-enabled learning, to strengthen continental quality assurance and mutual recognition, to become a trusted knowledge and policy hub to evidence-based decision-making, and to support universities to serve not only the privileged few, but the millions of learners whose aspirations depend on flexible, accessible, and credible learning pathways. This next phase will require renewed commitment from higher institutions of learning and our members, governments, development partners, and the private sector. It will require investments in systems, people, data, and innovation. And it will require us to place equity, inclusion, and learner success at the very center of our work. ACD at 20 is proof that solutions designed by Africans for African realities can endure and thrive. We honor our founders, we salute our members and partners, and we recommit ourselves to the ideals that brought us together in 2004. May the next 20 years of ACD be marked by greater impact, deeper collaboration, and bold leadership as we continue to expand access, assure quality, and transform lives across our continent through open and distance learning. Long live ACD, long live Africa. Asante sana.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Me Teresa Muoma. Indeed, the last sentence she said, ACD's milestones are testament that solutions designed by Africans are the best. We must just believe in ourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, let's applaud Me Teresa Muoma, the first female executive director. I must emphasize, the first woman. Thank you. We are now going to have a multimedia presentation for 10 minutes, and thereafter it will be a plenary session. Colleagues, I hope you are ready. Thank you.
The African Council for Distance Education, ACDE, was born out of a bold continental vision to expand equitable access to quality higher education in Africa through open and distance learning, ODL. This vision was first articulated in October 2002 during the Scobuside Conference held at the University of South Africa, UNISA, where African vice-chancellors resolved to establish a unifying body to champion ODL across the continent. ACDE was formally launched in January 2004 at Egerton University, Kenya, in a historic conference attended by vice-chancellors and senior ODL practitioners from 7 African countries. An interim constitution was adopted, interim leadership elected, and Egerton University appointed to host the interim secretariat. In August 2005, ACDE held its inaugural conference and General Assembly at UNISA Pretoria, drawing over 250 delegates, including ministers of education and senior policymakers. The adoption of the ACDE Constitution, election of the first executive board, and the resolution to establish a permanent secretariat marked ACDE's transition from idea to institution. This momentum culminated in July 2006 with the official launch of the ACDE Secretariat in Nairobi, Kenya. On the same day, ACDE leadership held a high-level meeting with the Honorable President Mwai Kibaki, who offered land for a permanent secretariat, an enduring symbol of national and continental endorsement. Between 2007 and 2010, ACDE consolidated its governance structures, expanded membership, and strengthened collaboration among African universities. A major milestone came in November 2010 when ACDE was formally recognized by the African Union Commission, AUC, as the lead implementing agency for ODL in Africa during COMDEF 4 in Mombasa and granting observer status. This recognition was formalized through a memorandum of understanding signed with the AUC in July 2011. In 2013, ACDE was further entrusted with a leadership role in the Continental Teacher Development Roadmap, reinforcing its influence in teacher education, science, mathematics, and technology through ODL. ACDE expanded its programmatic footprint through flagship initiatives hosted by member institutions including Quality Assurance and Acceleration, ICT in ODL, Knowledge Generation, Scholarships, and the African Journal of Distance Education. These programs strengthened institutional capacity, promoted quality standards, and positioned ACDE as a hub for ODL research and policy dialogue in Africa. The COVID-19 pandemic underscored the relevance of ACDE's mission. As institutions across Africa rapidly transitioned to remote learning, ACDE provided thought leadership, convening platforms, and advocacy for resilient and inclusive digital education systems, demonstrating the foresight of its founding vision. In recent years, ACDE has renewed its strategic focus on partnerships, innovation, and continental reach, while intensifying efforts to expand membership beyond Anglophone Africa to Francophone, Lusophone, and Arab regions. Conferences, policy engagements, and collaborative projects continue to affirm ACDE's central role in shaping Africa's ODL ecosystem. In October 2024, ACDE board members in Kenya hosted the Vice Principal of Shanghai Open University, So, and her delegation at the ACDE Secretariat, where the two institutions renewed their Memorandum of Understanding, reaffirming a shared commitment to expanding access to quality education through open and distance learning. In 2021, ACDE actively participated in the African Union's Continental Education Strategy for Africa, CESA, 2016 to 2025 Cluster Coordination. The 10-year strategy adopted by the heads of state and government of the African Union in June 2016 in Addis Ababa aims to transform education across the continent. As ACDE marks over 2 decades of impact, its journey reflects a story of visionary leadership, institutional resilience, and continental collaboration. While not all milestones were always documented visually, the legacy lives on through policies influenced, institutions strengthened, educators empowered, and millions of learners reached.
Thank you, Multimedia, for the video that shortened the 20-year period in 7 minutes. Thank you for that. We are now getting into a plenary session. Since we are an hour behind, I think we are on time. The plenary session will take 30 minutes. I'm going to introduce all the panelists and the facilitator briefly. They will all come to the stage, and then we'll request roving mics, multimedia. The first one will be the facilitator to come up stage is Professor Eliphas Bisanda, who was the former ACDE second vice president and immediate former vice chancellor of Open University of Tanzania. Last year we had the pleasure of having Professor Bisanda at our second teaching and learning conference, Gala Dinner. He spoke from the heart and we were wowed. No script, nothing. But all of us were saying, yo, we wish he can continue. Shall we put our hands together? And the hoa and the lili. Hoa, hoa. Yes. Thank you, Prof. Bisanda. And the panelists are as follows, who will be addressing challenges, achievements, and continental impact. The first one is very familiar to all UNISA community. It's Professor Paul Gundani, the ACDE South African Regional Representative, Vice Chancellor of Zimbabwe Open University. The Lili and the Hoa. Thank you. You may ascend the stage. And the third participant is Professor Khomotso Moahi, another Rose, another woman, another Mbogoto, the Vice Chancellor of Botswana Open University. Shall we put our hands and Lili as Mama Prof is ascending the stage. And the fourth one is Professor Alex Makulilo, the second ACDE Vice President and Vice Chancellor of Open University of Tanzania, the Lili Lili and the Hoa as he ascends. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the discussion focus here is growth and evolution of ACDE, the quality assurance contributions of ACDE, the toolkit for quality assurance, the accreditation work, the partnerships and policy influence, member success stories. Professor Bisanda, the platform is yours to lead us. Thank you so much. 30 minutes.
Okay. Honorable President of the ACDE, our chief host, vice chancellors, participants to this seminar, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. In my country, it's already good afternoon. I was looking at my watch. I'm so delighted to be the facilitator of this small short seminar, and I would like to introduce the panelists who are already seated in front of you. We have Professor Paul Henry Gundani, who is the Vice Chancellor of the Zimbabwe Open University, following his inauguration in November 2019. He holds 39 years experience, having served at the University of Zimbabwe from 1986 to 2002, University of South Africa,
Apologies, Prof. Bisanda. Professor Dorothy Ofoha, I think we're going to give a big round of applause as she ascends the stage. The ACD Director, Quality Assurance and Accreditation, Quality Assurance and Agency, National Open University of Nigeria. Welcome. Shall we do justice?
Yes, welcome, Professor Dorothy. This Professor Gundani is recognized for having published many articles, and I think that is what led to his promotion. But right now, he's a distinguished professor with the research areas that include church-state relations, church and politics, church and culture, and he's also a specialist of outcome-based assessment in higher education and open distance learning. Professor Gundani attained a PhD from the University of Zimbabwe in 1995, a Bachelor of Law from UNISA in 2012, a Master of Arts in Theology from McCormick, Chicago, USA, 1989, and another Master's of Arts in Religious Studies from the University of Zimbabwe, 1987, a BA Special on Religious Studies again in 1985, and a BA General in English and Religious Studies. Professor Gundani is a Zimbabwean born on the 15th of November 1961. He is married to Ellen and blessed with 5 sons. Congratulations, my friend. The second presenter is Professor Komoso Moahi, who is currently serves as the Vice Chancellor of Botswana Open University in Botswana. Professor Moahi has been in the employment of BOW for the past 4 years. She also served at the University of Botswana for 35 years. As an academic at the University of Botswana, Professor Moahi taught and researched on the use of ICTs in information management and librarianship, promotion and protecting indigenous knowledge, health informatics, business information systems, information ethics, and ethical and legal issues of information management. She has researched and published in the areas of health information system, library science, and indigenous knowledge system. Professor Moahi has also served in the management and leadership levels of the University of Botswana, where she held a number of leadership positions. From 2002 to 2008, she served as the head of the Department of Library and Information Studies. She served as Dean of the Faculty of Humanities from 2008 to 2014. She has also served as interim Vice Chancellor for 10 months in 2016. In February 2020, she retired from the University of Botswana and joined the Botswana Open University as DVC Student Service, and was later deployed to the Academic Services Division or as a DVC. In that position, she oversaw two divisions, Academic Services and Research Innovation and Partnerships. She has served as acting Vice Chancellor since 1st of April 2023, following the retirement of the founding Vice Chancellor, Dr. Daniel Tau. Today, she is serving as Vice Chancellor of Botswana Open University, an institution that has been a long-standing member of the African Council for Distance Education. Professor Alex Makuliro is a full professor of law, technology and innovation at the Open University of Tanzania, and he currently serves as Vice Chancellor. He brings to us a decade of senior leadership experience in the university management, having served as Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of academics, research and consultancy, and for 6 years as the Deputy Vice Chancellor responsible for learning technologies and regional services. Earlier in his career, he also served as Associate Dean of the Faculty of Law and as a Senior Legal Counsel of the University. Professor Makuliro holds a Doctor of Law, summa cum laude, from the University of Bremen in Germany, an LLM in ICT Law from the University of Oslo, and an LLB from the University of Dar es Salaam, where he actually graduated as a full after being sanctioned as a full advocate of law. He is a Georg Foster Research Fellow at the University of Bremen, and in recognition of his outstanding scholarship, was later appointed Research Ambassadors of the University of Bremen. His research focuses on data protection, cybersecurity, internet guidance, intellectual property, and digital innovation. He has published extensively in leading international journals and is the editor of the influential book, African Data Privacy Laws. He is currently working on major book projects commissioned by Oxford University Press and Routledge on data protection in Africa. Professor Makuliro has consulted widely for institutions including the African Union, Council of Europe, and national governments, and has delivered keynote addresses at leading global forums, including the University of Oxford. He has supervised numerous doctoral students and teaches postgraduate courses in data privacy and cybersecurity law. He is an advocate of the High Court of Tanzania with nearly 20 years of legal practice, and is the founder and chairperson of the African Law and Technology Institute, as well as editor-in-chief of the African Journal of Law and Technology. He is currently in the second vice president of the ACDE, as we all understand. I would also like to mention that about Dorothy, Professor Dorothy from Noun. She is now the director for the quality assurance section of ACDE, and she brings with us her own experience, as was earlier mentioned, as one of those people who really carry the flag of ACDE. As the quality assurance toolkit, we all understand, is one of those things that has origin in ACDE, and I worry that we are not going to use it before other people in the other parts of the world start using the toolkit. So my concern is that we in Africa should really formally authorize the use of it for our quality, for our self-assessment. As we saw with this African Visual University, who developed content for us, but we found that people in Thailand and Cambodia were using more that content than Africans. So let's get our hands for the four presenters. Now, I'll call upon the first presenter, Professor Gundani, to come and tell us something about 20 years of ACDE. What really has happened in the institutions regarding a number of issues, including the use of quality assurance toolkit, but also the changes in technology that have taken place. Maybe also tell us some of the programs that are really innovative that has come out of your institution. So I'll ask Professor Gundani to come, and then the others will also speak on the same line, trying to guide us. 20 years is not small, it's not a few years. I remember we have with us Professor Jegede, who is one of the Vice Chancellor, founding member. I think probably you are the only one around here. Those who were there in 22005 when the first triennial ACDE conference was held here in UNISA. I recall the others have already been mentioned, but I think he is a living example that tells us the transformation of ACDE to the present. I was in the second phase of Vice Chancellors. And I have other colleagues like Professor, the previous VC of Makanya, Professor Makanya. He was also in the second phase. And we have other people from Tenede, from now, and others who came in second phase. Professor Kurasha, late Professor Kurasha, was also in the first phase. So these are Tolimbwete, Kurasha, Pitiana, I still remember them. We are really the initiate. So let's get information, or rather a kind of overview. What has happened at ZOO? What has happened at ACDE in the lifetime of 20 years? Welcome, Professor.
It's almost good afternoon, but it's still morning, colleagues. As Professor Bisanda has already intimated, he classifies the leadership in ACDE as first phase, called that first generation, second generation, third generation. And I remember being here at UNISA in 2003 when ACD came here. And how did I know? I knew because Professor Primrose Kurasha, who was Vice Chancellor at Zimbabwe Open University, was my colleague at the University of Zimbabwe before she became Vice Principal at Zimbabwe Open University in 2000. We had been colleagues for about 5 years at University of Zimbabwe. So when she came here, we did touch base, and I understood what they were trying to do, and Professor Pichana was the Vice Chancellor here. Professor Kurasha, as I have already said, was Pro-Vice Chancellor from 2000 at Zimbabwe Open University, a university which turned 25 years old last year. So we are now 26 years old, founded in 1999 by an act of parliament, and founded to offer and expand access to higher and tertiary education in the country. In light of the bottleneck system that had existed in Zimbabwe since 1953, when the first university was founded. Then it was the University of Rhodesia's and Nyasaland, and catering for 3 countries, Southern Rhodesia, Northern Rhodesia, which is now Zambia, and Nyasaland, later Malawi. And of course, up to independence in 1980. The two other countries had become independent in 1964. Zambia and Malawi had their own universities, University of Zambia and University of Malawi, Chancellor University in Zomba. And the University of Zimbabwe had transformed into University of Rhodesia first, and then became University of Zimbabwe. But because of the bottleneck system, you can understand why an open university in 1999, in those 19 years, 1980 to 1999, we only had two universities. University of Zimbabwe as a general university, and the National University of Science and Technology in Bulawayo, which catered for STEM subjects. And of course, by 1999, a commission had been founded by 1995, 1996 to establish a university, a distance university, which I think when you look at the nomenclature, Open University, Zimbabwe Open University, the leadership, the national leadership was quite visionary to then think about Open University UK in 1969, and by 1999 we are looking at a 30-year span where an open university had led to many other open universities in the world. Pakistani University, 73, many others came after Athabasca, and so forth and so on. So, for you to understand why an open university in Zimbabwe, it had to do with the concern to widen and expand access. You know the tradition, the educational tradition of Zimbabwe. Parents would sacrifice all to have their children educated. And so many people had qualifications, but because of a bottleneck system, they could not access higher and tertiary education. Hence the founding of Zimbabwe Open University. And some of you remember Professor Peter Drimbo, who was the first Vice Chancellor, and Professor Primrose Kurasha taking over as the second. And of course, the widening of access affected professionals focused on human capital development first. The people who were already employed were the focus, especially in the field of education, teachers, headmasters, education officers, provincial education officers, and of course, officers in the ministries of primary and secondary education, especially, and other ministries. The human capital development and expansion was facilitated by the founding of ZOU, and the first degree programs focused on educational management. And of course, later on, you have the Faculty of Education with communications programs, the Faculty of Agriculture because of an agro-industrial base which had to be expanded, the lands officers, land development officers, agri-techs, in other words, experts in horticulture and other agri-based economy. That was important. So you have agriculture, a faculty, again founded, it's one of the oldest, education and agriculture. Then, of course, we moved on to arts, culture, and heritage studies, applied social sciences. You have areas like counseling, psychology, of course, those courses became very, very important again to build a cohort of experts within government. And again, the target were people who were employed in the civil service. Those were the target students. And later on, we had Faculty of Science focusing on STEM subjects, and Faculty of Law is the latest, Faculty of Technology. So currently, Zimbabwe Open University has 8 faculties and over 70 programs, degree programs, with diplomas also, so that we can have accreditation based on prior learning for those who do not have an upper qualification like advanced level. They can come in, even those from TVET can also join in and become students in the degree programs. Now, within that expansion of programs, quality became very, very important. And we have here present the director of our Quality Directorate. Actually, in the Zimbabwean educational context, Zimbabwe Open University was the first university to have a Quality Directorate. And it emphasizes how important quality is, working with other universities to make sure that there is transferability, there is mobility. Then there is, of course, the question of the role of the Council for Higher Education in accrediting programs and making sure that the quality of the programs is comparable to those programs elsewhere in the region and within ACDE and internationally. So we are, in Zimbabwe, the first university to have set a quality directorate. And currently, every other university in Zimbabwe now has a quality directorate, learning from ZOE. That tells you how important ACDE has shaped the policies for ZOE and also influenced the educational terrain in the country. And finally, I want to say that we have worked with partners in the sub-region, Bokodol, which is now Botswana Open University, working with them to set up their degree programs and also having quality frameworks. University of Zambia, IDE, the Institute for Distance Education. We worked with ISED, which is now UNICED in Mozambique. We have worked with Manica University in Zambia, with Chalimbana, and so on. Now we have extended to India and to Russia. So again, the policy dimension is very, very important as we interface with colleague universities and build a strong, robust educational base, not just for ourselves, but for the whole globe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Gundani. I want to guide our panelists that you have 10 minutes maximum. 10 minutes, otherwise, am I being heard?
No, we are not.
Okay. I want to give guidance to our speakers that they have a maximum of 10 minutes, otherwise we run out of time. And I now want to welcome Professor Mwahi to come and speak to us.
May I take this moment to greet all of you this afternoon, I think. It is almost afternoon. And to just express my gratitude at being invited to speak at this very august congregation to commemorate ACDE at 20. My name is Khomotso Mwahi, and I am the Vice Chancellor of the Botswana Open University, a very young university that was established in 2017, coming out of being a college of open and distance learning that focused on, basic education with a little bit of tertiary education. I want to begin by recognizing who ACDE is and the role that it has played in the trajectory of the Botswana Open University, because I believe that we are where we are because of the trail that was blazed by such a council in various areas that enabled us to grow into a university. The first thing is I want to highlight the journey of ACDE into legitimacy from a nascent gathering of vice chancellors who wanted to advance ODL in tertiary education to being a continental leader. This is what we are noting. We note also the move from a focus on access, opening up access, to now excellence. We note there has been that shift because it was initially about ensuring that students came on into the system, and we see now 20 years and apparently 21 getting into the 21st year. The focus has shifted to excellence and digital equity. We have moved to digital transformation, a shift that we as the Botswana Open University have embraced, particularly during COVID-19, when ACDE showed us the way through how they themselves conducted their own business. I think that we can draw a parallel between the growth of ACDE with Bo's own growth, Bo being the Botswana Open University. So just as ACDE matured from a nascent council to a continental leader, we see Bo having transformed from Bokodol to a fully fledged open university. So we can say we have grown with the council. We also value ACDE's growth in fostering continental collaboration, enabling members like us to scale ODL amid challenges that we have been articulated here, particularly during the COVID-19 period. We also recognize the role of ACDE in quality assurance advancement in the African continent. In fact, my view is that the establishment of ACDE was a good move in that it recognized the fact that as Africans, we had to look at ourselves and look at our context and see how we could develop open and distance learning within the context. In other words, we embrace the idea of African solutions to African problems. So indeed, the fact that as ACDE, we have developed a quality assurance toolkit, and we have a quality accreditation aspect to it, I think is kudos to ACDE. And I can report that as Bo, we just completed our own self-study using the toolkit. And we are at the moment disseminating that within the organization. And we hope that in the future, we will then have a team that will come in and validate our findings, which would help us get to where we want to be. We also appreciate the fact that ACDE is an organization that has pushed partnership and policy influence. It collaborates and works with the AU, UNESCO, the Commonwealth of Learning, and other regional hubs. And we can attest to the fact that we are both Botswana Open University as a result of partnering, and that partnering spearheaded by the ACDE. We have grown from our collaboration with UNISA. We have grown from our collaboration with the ZOE, Zimbabwe Open University. We have grown from our collaboration with the Tanzania Open University. So we really are a product of partnership. And if it was not for ACDE showing the way through partnerships and collaboration, I do not think that we would have been where we are. And in fact, we are carrying that on into our development as we move on to really, really consolidate ourselves as a university of choice. Not a university of, well, if I can't go there, then I'll go there. But a university of choice. That is where we want to be. And I think I also need to point out that as the Botswana Open University, we are the one university that also has within it a college of open schooling, offering basic education equivalency courses, because that is part of our history, and we're not about to dump it. We're about to move along with it and create that pipeline from those students coming into the tertiary education sphere. So we appreciate that very, very much indeed. In terms of our success stories as BO and how they reflect on the work that ACDE has done, when you look at our digital transformation narrative, it comes out of that advocacy and that push for open and distance learning institutions to adopt technology and use that technology to extend its reach, whilst taking into account the fact that you are introducing digital inequity, but in a way also working towards that. Yes, sir, I am about to complete. And then, of course, I've talked about the quality culture that it has ingrained into who we are. And also the resilience during crises, as evidenced by what happened during COVID-19. We did not fold our arms and hope that things would resume normality, but we went on with the teaching and learning because we had gone through the whole digital transformation aspect. We then pivoted really into offering our programs through the online space and sort of prepared the ground for where we are now, where we are hybrid. So, how can I summarize this? To say in terms of growth, I think we've evolved together. ACDE grew into a continental voice. BO grew into a national university. Quality, the toolkit, gave us the shared language of quality necessary for cross-border credibility, which is where we should be heading as the African continent. Partnerships, we host the SADC Center for Distance Education, and we have learned from the best that regional hubs are the engine of progress when you are building institutions. And the success aspect, we think our collective success, all of us, is resilience. We keep learning, we kept learning, we kept alive, we keep alive, even when the world tells us otherwise. We know right now that we are facing crises, financial and all kinds of crises that emanate from the geopolitical situation that is constantly evolving. But nevertheless, through ACDE, we've developed what other people would call a thick skin, but what we would call resilience and being able to forge through whatever the circumstances. I thank you for your attention.
Another round of applause, please. I think you can allow me to ask our speakers to speak from where they are seated. Otherwise, this movement of the facilitator to go and tell them that there's 2 minutes left will not be not so good. I now want to invite Professor Dorothy Ofoha. As I said, she's from Noun, very experienced staff. She is directing the program on quality assurance, the ECD program for quality assurance. I think we are all used to the other lady, Professor, what's her name?
Dorothy.
The former Ofule.
Dorothy Ofoha. Ofoha.
Yeah, but I'm referring to the previous director.
Professor Ofule.
Professor Folue. She handed over to you. So I'm going to give you 10 minutes to try to say, put a lot of emphasis on the quality assurance toolkit, because this is really our baby, and I would call it our big aircraft carrier for ACDE, because as the previous speaker talked about quality assurance, all of them, yeah? You all spoke about the quality assurance, and that is the defining thing for ACDE. The quality assurance toolkit. And I told you, I warned you, other people in the other world are looking at it, and they're going to adopt it before we use it. So let's have an emphasis on that, and please, you're welcome.
Thank you, Prof. It's a great honor to be here, to join in this celebration, to be part of this historical milestone. And it's also, I'm also honored to be speaking within the midst of vice chancellors. Okay, so I will be speaking from the point of view of quality assurance. ACDE has been a leader in the quality assurance development and implementation. Briefly, the quality assurance and certification agency, or accreditation agency as it's known, is hosted by the National Open University of Nigeria, and I'm the director. One of the ACDE's most significant leadership in quality assurance has been its leadership in developing and implementing these quality assurance processes. This is exemplified by the development of the toolkit. The toolkit is to guide the implementation of quality assurance standards among member institutions and other institutions. And they have been doing that. The toolkit has been circulated. Every institution is having that toolkit to guide the way they implement quality assurance standards in their institution. And we have been receiving positive outcomes from this implementation. Another significant achievement I would like to point out is the implementation of the quality assurance certification. Let me paint a scenario here. As an ODL institution, you have used this toolkit to guide the quality assurance standards and processes in your institution. It's logical that the next step will be to apply for certification to check the impact of your effort. The toolkit is used to check the internal processes, the internal mechanisms of your of the way you carry out your delivery service and operations. So how are you sure that you are doing the right thing? So the next logical step will be to seek certification, and that is what ACDE is doing at the moment by launching the Quality Assurance Certification Program. I will briefly mention that before that, some institutions have already queued up for this process. Having used the toolkit to check their internal mechanisms and processes, they've now proceeded to seek certification, which will establish their standards in that university, in their institutions. Some ODL institutions have already queued up for this process. And what does the process involve? It involves the implementation of several key stages of both internal and external reviews. In this process, when an institution applies for certification, they are taken through these processes and stages. I think one of the stages is the University of Botswana, Open University of Botswana. I was glad when she said they are putting their papers and their report in place for submission to start this process. So I'm very happy about that, because some institutions have already queued up and have commenced the process of this certification. So we are expecting more institutions to follow suit, and you'll be given a guide. We, ACDE, through the Quality Assurance and Accreditation Agencies, have developed a comprehensive set of quality assurance resources to guide both the internal assessors that will be assessing the institution, both the external assessors that will be coming, that you are expecting to come to your institution to assess you. Everything has been put into place for the commencement of this process. And also, ACDE has, through the ACDE Quality Assurance and Accreditation Agency, developed some resources and documents to support these institutions in preparation for readiness for take-up. So if you are an institution here and you have not received any document yet, any of these quality assurance resources, please let us know so that we can share with you to prepare your institution for this process. It's one of the landmark milestones of ACDE, and it will be good for all institutions to key into this, buy into this important process, and become certified as quality assurance institution. Yes, and then one other thing I want to add is that when you are accredited, accreditation, as used here, is not the same thing. We are not in conflict with the national accreditation agencies. In case they are here, ours is just a certification. We are certifying that such institution has maintained a high standard, a high level of quality assurance processes. So we are not in conflict with the national regulators. If they are here, yeah, the use of that word, yeah, we are not taking your jobs from you. Yes, you still remain the accrediting body, and we remain the certification body as well. So we are certifying that the ODL processes in ODL institutions are being implemented according to standards, according to acceptable ODL standards. So that is our role, and it's distinct from the regulator's role. So that is all I can say for now. We're expecting more institutions. If you have not applied yet, most institutions have gone over. They have advanced. They are no more talking about the toolkit now. We have advanced more than that. We are now at the stage of certification. So please make your institutions available for us to come and check your standards and give you the certification for it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Another round of applause, please. She actually kept time. She gave me 2 minutes. Yeah, now I would like to invite my successor, Professor Alex Makulilo. He succeeded me on the 2nd of June last year as Vice Chancellor of the Open University of Tanzania, but he has worked as my deputy for nearly 8 years. So a little bit of me is in him. Welcome, Professor. Give your comments.
Thank you so much, Facilitator, Professor Bisanda. Good afternoon, delegates and distinguished participants. I'm supposed to say something about the evolution of the AECD in relation to my institution, quality assurance. There is an issue relating to technology and the governance. The scope is very wide, as you can see, and I think we don't have much time. And much has been said by my colleagues here. Since we are open and distance learning institutions, we share much of our practices and the operation. But here I'm going to chip in just on 2 issues as my contribution to this discussion. The last speaker has mentioned something about like we are complementing with the national regulators. That is really what we are supposed to do, but we should be mindful that the national regulators mostly, they have general policies that are one size fits all, so to speak. So all the L institutions, despite their distinctive nature, they are subjected under the same footing, just like residential universities. And this has provided some contradictions at times. I'm trying to recall at some quarters, the Open University of Tanzania was running a program, which is a bridging program, the foundation program. And this foundation program was also being offered by residential universities, the conventional universities, but they are being offered maybe for 3 months, and that could qualify someone to get into a university, which was a very, very short time to provide some basics for the student to get into the bachelor degree program. But that was not the case for the Open University of Tanzania. Our university offered such foundation program for 1 year. So it was a 1-year program, and the students were supposed to take some exams, and after they passed the exams, they could be admitted into bachelor programs. So that brought some contradictions, some tension with the regulator, because some of these universities were providing this bridging program just for 3 months. And in terms of quality assurance, the regulator was like, this is not enough. So it issued a ban to all universities who offered this foundation program. So it took us some time to engage the regulator until when it was our program was accepted. So the point I'm trying to make here is like what the first vice president tried to say, that one of the challenges after the 20 years of the existence of AECD, there is an issue relating to coherent national ODL practice, ODL policies. So this is not easy in many countries to convince, to engage the regulator until it has a specific policy that caters for distance education. So it took us some time to push so much to the regulator until when partly the regulator understood that ODL institutions, they have their peculiarities, and in 2022, the regulator issued some guidelines relating to delivery on the basis of blended mode. But this was not very much specific to ODL institutions alone, but it also applied to residential universities as well. The moment they want to engage students at a distance mode education, they could also use this. For us as the Open University of Tanzania, this was an achievement because somehow we managed to create the space for ODL institutions in our country. So this is just one area that we need to look into when we are focusing in the next 20, 30, 50 years of the ACDE. We need to engage authorities to ensure that we have clear policies with regard to the provision of distance education. The other encounter that we had as the Open University of Tanzania was relating to the concept of open admission system. The open admission system, which is very peculiar to open and the distance learning institutions. The regulator used it to have a cycle of admission, just one cycle of admission to all universities, So if you are an ODL institutions, you are a residential institution, you have to comply to this admission cycle, which was opened on a particular date and closed on a particular date. So that affected much us because we were having so many students to admit in different cycles. So what we did again was to engage the regulator and ensure that we get some more admission cycles. So the point I'm trying to make again is that we still have some contradictions with the regulators as far as clarity of policies as far as ODL institutions are concerned. I think this is one of the areas that we have to take into consideration as we are strategizing in the next 20, 50 years to come. The other point that I wanted to make a contribution is with regard to technology. All the previous speakers have tried to mention that technology, and specifically the emerging technologies, is the game changer for higher education, irrespective of an ODL institution or whatever. And we all agree that the COVID-19, of course, was a very big challenge to most learning institutions, but it was also an opportunity for universities and more specifically distance learning institutions to see how they can go forward with the engagement of technology. Now, The emerging technology, as some of the speakers have mentioned, of course, we have mentioned the things like artificial intelligence. This is just one aspect, but there are others like Internet of Things, big data, we have blockchain technology. All these are different types of technology which they are used in our universities, require as well clear policies. But it is not just about clear policies. They also need a lot of investment. Our university 2 years ago celebrated the 30th anniversary, and so it is having 3 decades. It is not like UNISA. UNISA is maybe 5 times our age, 5 times our age, 150 plus years. But if I can mention that our classes now and as we go forward our classroom will be technology. The e-learning, the visual learning, and the kind of technology that are important for delivery of our programs. The Open University in the beginning, of course, we are established in 1992, and we commenced to offer our programs in 1994. But if I may mention, in the early times of our establishment, at the early times, and specifically around 1999, our bandwidth was far small. We had like 0.032 megabyte per second. So that was our bandwidth capacity. Over the years, we have managed to go up to 1,300 megabytes per second. That was way back in 2023. But this is it is not optimum as far as the number of students we have. And we are still facing the challenges. As I said, the investment need quite a lot of financial resources, human resource capacity. Sometimes we try to recruit interns, train them, so that they can help us to develop some of these e-learning programs and whatever. But later, when you want to make a formal engagement, like hiring them on a permanent and a pensionable basis, it is when you find some obstacles. Because we have a centralized system in Tanzania for employment in the government. You need to secure a permit in the first place and then proceed to the recruitment process. But you are not guaranteed like you are going to get those interns that you have spent some time, resources, you have invested to groom them to a point where they can help you. So these are some of the issues that I thought could be important to mention here. And I have also to point, as the previous speakers have mentioned, the Open University of Tanzania is one of the founding members of the AECD. And also, we are directing the technical committee for collaborations and a partnership for the AECD. Of course, through these 20 years of the existence of the AECD, as the university, we have managed to establish some cooperation, some partnership with other members of the AECDE. And of course, this has been very, very beneficial to us. We have had points to exchange staff, exchange students as well. But I think going forward, we need to have a well and a dedicated framework for partnership, for collaborations, just like we have the quality assurance framework. I think this is very important because just having a general framework, or rather a platform where you can interact, is not enough. We need to have a very clear and a dedicated framework on how we can engage in these partnership and the collaborations, how we can share resources, how we can partner on different programs and the like. So for now, I should stop here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I give you Dorothy half a minute. She has something.
Thank you, Chair, for this second time opportunity. One important point I want to raise is that ACDE has scheduled a virtual training of quality assurance assessors aimed at strengthening institutional capacity for the implementation of quality assurance certification. The training is scheduled for 18th and 19th of February 2026. That's next month. About 2 weeks now. This training is very significant, and most of the institutions, member institutions, have nominated their staff to be trained. So if you have not done so, please send at least 2 or 3 staff members. Thank you. Send at least 2 or 3 staff members to take part in this landmark training that we add to one of the achievements of ACDE. Preparations are in full swing to ensure a hitch-free virtual training. All things have been put into place, and for now, presently, we have about 70-something nominated staff who will take part in this training. And your own part as ODN institutions, as member ACDE institutions, is ACDE must have communicated, communicated with you. You know your expectations towards this training. It will be good to honor the call for participation, both as an institution and as the members, your staff members that you have put forward to be trained. You are going to get positive outcomes after the training, both for you as an institution, as ACDE member institutions, and achievements and progress within the continent. So the training is very, very important towards all the things that, towards achieving or towards the implementation of the certification process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dorothy. I think we finished all the 4 presenters. Can you give them a round of applause? I believe that we have picked a little bit of whatever they said, but all in all, I recall what one said, that we are not replacing the regulators. In fact, we are, when our ACD toolkit is about complementing the regulators, but also informing the regulators on the aspect of distance education, which they may not even have carried in their own frameworks. Thank you very much, all presenters. I think I need to stop here and allow the coordinator to come and complete the session. Thank you very much.
Shall we applaud the panelists as they are taking their seats back? And We are really appreciating what ACDE has achieved over a period of 20 years. Zimbabwe Open University, thank you for sharing the development, the increase in programs and faculties up to where you are. Botswana Open University, thank you for growing so fast. I remember you sent a delegate in 2018 to come and take notes. We sat with them for 2 days, giving them what we do, and they were like sponges, absorbing. And Prof. Gundani kept on sending people every year. And I said, but Prof. Gundani knows UNISA. But they kept on coming, and we were telling them one thing over and over, how we develop. As the mother university, we had to mentor. And thank you to Naun. I think I saw the groups 2 years in succession coming also to learn from us, and we were learning from them how they do assessments, especially with big modules. We want to thank you for the partnership. And Tanzania, we also want to thank you, especially with Model Mood. We really took the partnership to another level. So we really appreciate the partnership. Let me again come back to the celebration. The 20th anniversary, which is known as Vigentennial, it's characterized by love. Love of what we do in academia. It's characterized by resilience against all odds, making sure that the student is at the center of the academic endeavor. And also, the 20th anniversary is saying you continue to flourish. And this is us as ACDE, as higher education, academics, administrative and support staff in this seminar preparing for 2027. There are colleagues who are taking notes so that the bigger conference that is coming will have some direction which emanated from this. Quality assurance. Shall we applaud the issue of quality assurance that was pioneered by ACDE? The toolkit, where are quality assurance gurus? Professor Lalendle, where are you? Oh, he's out, he was seated there. But the mother to Professor Lalendle is Professor Somolapo, who is championing the strategy and quality assurance and risk. So I think this, from all the speakers, it is one thing that we can take home and say quality assurance measures were put in place by ACDE. And this is something that is lacking. We develop things, but quality is lagging behind, and risk is lagging behind. So when quality was championed by ACDE, we know that what we teach will be quality assured. What we research on will be quality assured. What we engage in will be quality assured. So we really want to thank this seminar that is preparing for the bigger conference. The rapporteurs, I'm going to request you to be on your feet so that people know who are taking the notes. Professor Mulaudzi, the Deputy Dean of Camps, if he's here. Dr. Mzwanele Nchanchi, Professor, Dr. Mzwanele. Dr. Mzwanele, okay. Dr. Ntombela Nompe. They are not here. Why? Who's taking the notes now? Oh, they're still here. Okay, we want to see them so that we speak properly. Okay. Dr. Lebogang Sesale, is he here? Okay, okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Ntabile Mako. Yeah, we want to see you. How? Yes, Dr. Ntabile Mako. So they are taking the notes of every proceeding here. so that at the end of the day, the board will be able to gather the wisdom that was taken from here. We are still celebrating. Tea break is starting from now. It will be for 30 minutes. It will mean 1:45 up to 1:15. The stations are here. The VC will lead us together with the president to have a cup of tea, followed by other VCs. And we and the others will be at the back. And the others, it's us, me, will be at the back. But the VCs, protocol. We will go to that station, come back exactly 1:15. Is it 1? Okay. To continue with the program. After tea program is interesting, the digital divide. We are in Africa. We have rural learners. We have students in affluent places. This is a critical session. Shall we applaud the first session and then go and have tea? 1:15, we are back. Igbo, Yoruba. In Yoruba, what is love? What? Fair? Fair, okay. Yes. I think we are now all back in the main hall. We are back in the main hall. I want to introduce the facilitator. Professor Peter Mutano, you can come here as the ACDE strategist, the executive director, Zimbabwe Open University. Introduce your panel. This is going to be an interesting panel. Shall you applaud the ZOE colleague? Yes. While they are talking, colleagues, prepare questions. In the morning, it was a starter. This is where the business of teaching and learning, research and engaged scholarship is. The digital divide. Prepare questions. We are Africans. The problems of Africa will be solved by the Africans themselves. There won't be a flight from America to come and say we are not doing things right. So prepare questions. There will be a Q&A at the end of this session. Digital divide, student support, quality assurance, funding, sustainable partner. Professor Peter, over to you.
Thank you very much. Let me start by saying good afternoon to you all. And let me say APO, all protocol observed in the interest of time. Let me accept the promotion I've been given from doctor to professor today. In our Pentecostal churches, we say, when the pastor speaks, we say, I receive. So the professorship, I receive. Otherwise, I'm Dr. Peter Mutano. Right, let me accept the honor to call upon our esteemed panelists for this session. Professor Deus Ngaruko, ACD Director, Technical Committee on Collaboration, that is Open University of Tanzania. You can come forward and take a seat. Professor Kenneth Mbikani, Chief Regional Integration Officer at the African Development Bank Group. Is that correct? Professor Kenneth Mbikani, are you here? Please come. Mr. Babatunde Olime Omilola, are you here? Then Dr. Salome Thilivali Sigida, may you please come forward. A round of applause to all our panelists. We are all there, thank you. This session, we are going to have a discussion with our esteemed presenters on the following issues. That is the digital divide and ICT infrastructure gaps, student support and retention, quality assurance and accreditation, funding models and sustainability, as well as sustainable partnerships. I'm going to give 30 minutes to this session, 10 minutes for each speaker. And we will follow the precedents. We will present while seated I'm sure there are mics there. Thank you. Right. I'm now giving this time to Professor Ngaruko to present. Prof, the honor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members and participants in this panel. It's very hard to speak when the Vice Chancellors have already spoken, and they have covered almost everything. So if we are to redo it, will be insubordination. So but I focus only on a few issues concerning Odell learning system, which I've been managing in the last 8 years, for 8 years, not in the last 8 years. As other members have been saying before, especially concerning quality assurance, ODL learning management system are concepts that are a bit confusing to date. So when I saw concept ODL, I said, what is it? Because ODL we know very well, but ODL has got words or terms like O, which stands for open. So we may have open learning system, which is quite different from distance learning system, as well as electronic learning system. These three are different, and they require different amenities for them to prosper. But when you have a blend of all of them, is where confusion comes. The blend, which is Odell, buys or takes over all the challenges that O, D, and E learning systems have. I come from the Open University of Tanzania, and you know that we have about 8 or so fully fledged open universities in Africa. I think we face a bit of challenge to act as open universities. Different from those that are operating distance learning systems within closed system. They are also facing similar challenges. I know University of Nairobi and other universities in Kenya, University of Kenya, Kenyatta, sorry, they are operating distance learning systems within the conventional system. So the Senate would sit there to approve a distance learning management system. But when it comes to open learning system, is actually not existing. If it is, then very minimal. So we have seen that universities that are running distance learning systems are a bit doing better than those that are trying to bring in open learning system in the midst. But Odell is not a document, is not a platform. Odell is a blend of all these three systems. So for you to understand that Odell is facing challenges, you have to take it as a system, not a PDF document or a platform where maybe, or a classroom. So as a system, it has about 7 or so components that each of them must be at its peak. Now, there are many challenges that have been spoken here, like policies, regulations, For example, if you open up admission policy, you can operate under closed system and you run distance learning systems very well. But the conditions of admission will apply, whether you are under ODL, Icon ODL, or you are under conventional system. If you are running, you are applying for a program, accreditation of the programs take longer if you structure them for meeting the conditions of ODL students. They would ask you for classroom time, contact hours, number of lecturers, classroom size, and so forth and so on, which are not actually applicable when it comes to. So those policies are just a component of ODL. Now we can ask ourselves, does our quality assurance toolkit that we have, can it promote open admission so that we allow anyone who can access higher education to just participate? The second part is on human capacity. Most of us who are in the ODL institutions went through the conventional system. So we need to be rebaptized and become ODL experts. But we become ODL experts through experience. Do we have any institution that is offering training or capacity building for coming out with administrators, lecturers, instructional designers for ODL? If that is lacking, ODL cannot operate very well. And we have also digital and infrastructure, physical infrastructure support. Most of the institutions, we establish regional centers. This is good. But you find regional centers which have no internet connectivity as it is at the headquarters. And if you try to connect, it's very expensive. And we also assume that our learners can know how to apply the digital requirements that are needed to operate in the ODL. And the investments, as VCs have been saying, is very, very expensive. So ODL requires also digital and physical infrastructure. You have seen when they are ranking universities nowadays, they look at the beauty of the buildings. Sometimes even the color of the graduation gowns. But ODL institutions that are operating in rural areas where actually a building is a grass-thatched house, but students learning is different. You cannot be ranked as one of the best. But we're offering services. Now, the other very critical issue for ODL to prosper is the learners' support. This is what has been actually forgotten, and it has been taken over by electronic systems. I understand that when we started the Open University of Tanzania in the 1990s, we got learning materials from Egerton University, from Kenyan universities that had very well established distance learning support systems through hard copies of learning materials that were written like a lecture is put into a print and mailed to email, not email, there was no email, and then post by normal post, which I think most countries don't have these. So you defined very big factories actually processing learning materials. We still have them, University of Nairobi, Kenyatta University, but people are not using them anymore because they are outdated anyway. They need to be updated. But with the coming of internet, it was found as if those learning materials are not needed. So we went into Moodle platforms, e-learning resources, everything was digital. Okay, think 1 minute. So we have forgotten face-to-face contacts with our learners, most of whom need actual orientation on how to abide to ODL. So with time going fast, I wish to end here, but I would say that for Africa to have ODEL that is respected, we need a continental ODEL framework that is actually within the African context, given these factors that have been talked about. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Garuko, for being on time. I'm sure from the insights and experiences in the ODEL setup, we are jotting questions down as we move forward. Let me call upon Professor Omilola.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm from the African Development Bank, and usually I'm not sure if I belong here, but I want to thank the organizers for inviting us to be here from the African Development Bank. It's always our pleasure to interact and work and collaborate with organizations such as yours. Congratulations on your 28th anniversary. From the African Development Bank, I asked myself, what should I share with you today? And I think the best thing that I can do is to give you a brief overview of what African Development Bank stands for and what we do. And then link that very quickly to funding, financing, and then conclude with potential areas for collaboration. What can we do together? Now, as African Development Bank, what we do, we're a multilateral development bank, and we have 81 shareholders. 54 of them are 54 African member countries, and then the remaining 27 are countries from other parts of the world, such as the US, Canada, China, Japan, South Korea, and the rest of them. In terms of our callable capital, we have 318 billion US dollars in terms of our callable capital that we use to accelerate and fast-track development in Africa. So we focus on many areas, ranging from education, of course, to health, to issues around regional integration, energy generation, manufacturing capability. We work in agriculture, food security. Now we have a new president at the bank that has come up with what we call the new 4 cardinal points for the bank. And I want to highlight them very quickly. One is to mobilize more capital for Africa, because the $318 billion callable capital can only respond to maybe 2 to 3% of the needs on the continent. And secondly, in terms of a cardinal point, we are looking into strengthening the African financial architecture so that we can be able to support development on the continent. And thirdly, we are looking into harnessing the demographic dividend on the continent, especially by focusing on issues around education, around skills development, but also youth employment opportunities in Africa. And then fourthly, it's about focusing more on getting more infrastructure in Africa, climate resilient infrastructure, and inclusive growth. So having said that, I think for me, what is really important is that when we talk about education, we need to see it not only in terms of providing training for people, but in terms of how they can be gainfully employed, how they can become employers of labor. So we have to connect education to employment opportunities. And for us in Africa, what we have been witnessing is that, unfortunately, we produce so many graduates, but unemployment rate is very high, almost everywhere on the continent. Youth unemployment rate in particular is so high. I just came from Botswana last week, where the youth unemployment rate is 38.2%. In Namibia, 44%. Here in South Africa, I think it's over 60% youth unemployment rate. So these are very high. And this is all about the whole continent. So how can we translate education, training into employment opportunities, into creating entrepreneurs on the continent, into really reducing poverty, bridging the inequality gap on the continent, and then contributing to economic growth. The growth rate on the continent has been very slow. In some countries, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic, during the COVID-19 pandemic and even after, what we are witnessing is that growth rate is very low, and education can serve as the catalyst for economic growth. It is the engine for economic growth. So for us at the bank, I think there are many ways we can work together. We have many instruments. We have what we call investment instruments, through which we provide financial assistance, loans, grants to countries on the continent of Africa. And for this to happen, usually the ministers for finance, they are the governors to the bank. They come up with official requests on different areas that are pertinent for different countries. It could be on education, it could be on digital transformation, it could be on any areas of what you do. We also have a result-based financing instrument, which helps really to help countries to achieve the results or the outcomes in their national development plans. We also have what we call private sector support. We work with the private sector entities, we support them. We also have many grants at the bank. We have instruments like our regional public goods, which are mostly grants for low-income countries on the continent. We also have many other financial windows. It could be climate change window. It could be what we call our transitional support facility window, which support countries in fragility or countries in transition. So there are many ways we can actually work together. So let me leave you with this statement by saying that everything that you do, we appreciate in terms of education, whether through open or distance education, whatever forms of education that you do. But you have to focus on how that translates into economic growth, economic development, jobs creation, and into looking at the kinds of education that are really relevant for Africa's needs today. Digital education, artificial intelligence, but also the education that can help our young people in particular to be gainfully employed, because we have a population of 1.4 billion people at the moment, and many of them are young people. And as we move towards 2050, for instance, we do not want to have largely uneducated young people in Africa, because that would be a burden to us. But we want those people that can be capacitated, supported in terms of real education that has meaningful support for our rapid growing economies on the continent of Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof, for being on time and the comprehensive presentation. Let me call upon our next presenter, which is Dr. Sigida. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon. I know I'm the one standing between you and lunch, so mine will be very short. So thank you so much for inviting UNESCO to this prestigious event, and I don't know, should I say happy 20 years anniversary? Yes, so this session aligns to the concept of developmental partnerships, to the realities of open distance and e-learning, highlighting systematic challenges and the strategies, the strategic role of UNESCO and the university collaboration. So as UNESCO, we collaborate with a number of universities. So in countries, we have what we call national commissions, and a number of universities, including UNISA, are part of our national commissions. So despite progress, ODL continues to face persistent challenges related to access, institutional capacity, and inclusion, particularly in low resources and unequal contents. So developmental partnership allows stakeholders to move beyond fragmented initiative towards coordinated long-term solutions that addresses the root causes of ODL challenges. So for us as UNESCO, our mandate positions us as a key actor in advancing ODL through norms, policy guidance, and support for inclusive digital transformation in education systems. So equity in ODL requires deliberate, strategic to close digital divides, expands access to open resources, and design learning system that includes marginalized students. Capacity building is critical for effective ODL. UNESCO emphasized co-creation with universities to strengthen institutional systems, academic staff capabilities, and also digital pedagogy. So the strategic alignment ensures that the ODL partnership contributes to national priorities, lifelong learning agendas, and also the achievement of the SDG 4. So effective ODL partnerships are grounded in academic leadership, shared accountability, quality assurance, and a commitment to long-term systems and system strengthening. So from us as UNESCO, we acknowledge that development partnership provides a strategic pathway to overcome persistent ODL challenges, and co-creation includes resilient digital learning and futures. So with those words, we just want to say, let's collaborate, and we look forward to many universities being part of the UNESCO National Commissions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sigida. A round of applause to all our presenters. I think I've done my job for now. I'm handing over back to...
Thank you so much.
Yes,
Colleagues, shall we
you.
give them a round of applause, but they must remain here. We are now going to open the floors for 3 questions. When you ask a question, direct it to Dr. Sigida or to Prof. Omilola or to Prof. Ngaruko. So, and don't give a thesis or a paragraph. You just say, how does the cat drink milk? That's a question. Don't say, you know, there are species, omnivores and carnivores. How does the cat drink milk? Full stop. Thank you. Question.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Although it's very tempting, you know, with this exciting topic that has just been presented, particularly because, and I'm not going to give a thesis.
Question.
I just want to know, with regards to the cultural barriers in the continent, you know, the order, particularly my question is targeted to the African Development Bank
Prof.
and
Ngaruko.
Yes, Omilola and Dr. Sigida as developmental partners. I just want to understand, how do their initiatives and their funding models unlock those opportunities that really take care of the cultural and infrastructural barriers? Thank you.
Well done.
I did not introduce myself. It's Palesas Khejane. I'm the Deputy Executive Dean, Faculty of Natural Sciences, Walter Sulu University.
Second question. Yeah. Okay. Second question. Here. Here.
Question.
Yes, question.
Question for AFTB. Given the fact that AFDB deals with the whole of the continent and ACDE deals with the whole of the continent, and without education, AFDB cannot actualize its programs, how would you help ACDE to move ahead? How will you engage them as your partner in doing whatever you are doing? I'm aware that DB is assisting Nigeria to train about 1 million people in digital literacy, If you do it only in Nigeria and you don't carry the other African countries along, we're just wasting our time. So we need you now to work with us directly, rather than telling us all the project, how can you help us? We need the money, we need the assistance, we need the support.
How can you help us?
That's
the
number one.
question.
Number 2 is the question to my other colleagues about moving from the face-to-face to ODL. Why will you continue to do the same thing and expecting a different result? Why do we continue to look back and look at the face-to-face where we are all from, and you are not moving to distance learning? If you don't get away from face-to-face, as Open University of the UK did, we'll continue to dance around everywhere. The third one is to UNESCO. UNESCO, you've done a great job. A lot of us have worked with UNESCO. I have for several years, more than 20, 30 years. But why is it that UNESCO, even when you come to conferences like this, you tell us some fantastic issues, but you don't have any sustainable focus? By the time you interest us in doing one thing, by the next year you move to something else again. And we are left wondering, what exactly are we doing? How can you help us to sustain education, particularly distance education in Africa? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Third question. I think there was a question there, there was a question here. And then the last one, was it Dr. Mahaban? Yeah, there are no longer three now. Now I can no longer count. One question, Dr. Thongwane.
From the College of Accounting Sciences. My question is, how can we resolve the issue of the category of youth that are referred to as NEETs, not in education, not in employment, not in training, and they cannot be absorbed by the institutions of higher learning also, but they got better and good results from matric. Thank you.
Thank you. Menakene, Memachabane, then we will pause.
Thank you. I'm Matabo Nakeni Mgengi. I'm the Vice Principal ICT and CIO at UNISA. My question is to Professor Ngaruko. Professor Ngaruko, what is your perspective on digital infrastructure and how it is managed in terms of capability to manage the infrastructure? What are your views on how we build those skills in a sustainable way and that we don't lose them to, that we attract them to stay within our institutions and we don't lose them to other markets? Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Mahabani, you are the last person, then we'll wait for their responses.
Thank you. I'm Angie Mahabani. I'm the Director for Internationalization and Partnerships at UNISA. My question is to ACDE. How, and in relation to the implementation of the Africa Continental Trade Agreement, how can the ACDP and its member institutions put systems in place and programs using its digital spread to educate communities in the continent about this important agreement that needs to be implemented successfully? It has been lagging, and a lot of work needs to be done by universities to educate communities and to also ensure that this language barrier that is currently hampering its implementation is penetrated through. How can, what role can the ACD and its members play in that space? Thank you.
They said many UNISA colleagues ask questions. Shall we open it to the African continent? The first one, yes.
Hello, good afternoon, and thanks for giving me the floor. I'm Professor Tal from the Vice Chancellor of the International Open University. My questions is to African Development Bank again, Babatunde. So can you tell us if there are any specific funds available for institutions in Africa for the AFDB, so that we'll know how to apply and what we can apply for? Thank you.
Thank you.
Straightforward.
Another question?
Yes.
They don't want to ask. Memwahi, do you want to ask? Okay. Oh, okay. Prof, question.
Yeah, my question goes to African Development Bank. We were talking about youth unemployment in Africa, and you are trying to somehow you are saying that our education is not responsive to youth unemployment. In African Development Bank, what are the policies or programs that you have to make our education responsive to youth unemployment? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think now we'll give the panelists an opportunity to respond. Let me do it like this. Prof. Ngaruko, we'll start with you. Just check how many questions were directed to you and be brief in their responses. From there, we'll go to Prof. Omilola. I think people want to know about MAN, and then you respond. And then the last question to UNESCO, we check all your questions, and then you respond. Thank you. Over to you, colleagues.
Thank you very much for very tough questions. I think there were 3 questions that were directed to me. One came from the founder, one of the founders of ACDE. Very tough questions. Why do we have to hold on face to face? Why can't we do away with it? Yeah, Odell, that's why I say Africanized Odell. I know that majority of Africans don't have access to electricity. Not only smartphones, but electricity. Even a house where maybe cannot be, where you cannot have a computer that can be destroyed by a leaking roof. So we need to go slowly, and before we go fully electronic. So having offline, for example, electronic platforms, before going to pure digital platforms that need actual expertise, some of the areas actually are not even accessible. So having learning materials that are interactive in the e-learning platforms, that if one is off internet, can have something else to cling on. So you cannot assume an assumption of Belgium where everyone has smartphone or has electricity. In Africa, you have to go slowly. So having African model or framework for Odell, I think will take us far and make sure we have inclusive education, which is related to another question, which is on I don't know if you brought it to me. No education, not in education, not in, was it to me? Not in education, not in employment, not in training. How do we include them? So it's about inclusive education. That's why I was saying having open admission requires the policy, and the administrators, the quality assurance, national accreditation bodies must understand that. For example, in my country, establishing a bachelor degree with the exit awards will not be allowed. And if it's in local language, they will not allow it unless it is in English, because we are accredited as an English medium institution. So going down to the grassroots is far much better. I was talking to the VC of ZOE. They had a program where they are training farmers in tobacco. But he told me the program is gone. But they were using local language. So inclusive education is a very, very difficult matter. At OUT, we have about 90% of our students are employees. I mean, I'm now talking of ministers, people with the power. How do you accommodate them? Some would wish to sit for examination at night. How do you include them? Some would want to do examination in their own offices because their physical appearance in the masses is dangerous to other people. How do you administer examination to the president, for example? So inclusive education is not only for those with a disability, but ensuring that a professor wants to have a diploma in poultry management. How would one see a professor in law going for poultry management? We need to have a kind of mechanism where Odell can accommodate everyone. Lastly, it was a question on digital devices, digital infrastructure. This is a very big challenge. If we invest so much, tomorrow it will not work because technology changes every 12 minutes. Now it's not even 12 minutes, it may be. With AI, you invest a lot in physical infrastructure. Tomorrow they will tell you it's not working. And you cannot replace and maybe use it anyhow. So it's a challenge to sustain the heavy investment in especially information technology infrastructure when you are not sure that tomorrow AI will come out with something else. So it's balancing. I don't think if I can answer that, but fast changing technology is a very big challenge. Now we don't work with the laptops. Tomorrow probably will be just touching the air and everything comes out. Thank you very much.
Can I go? Yes. Okay. Thank you so much for those excellent questions. Let me say that I'm here principally because we acknowledge what you are doing and we want to work with you. Always looking for opportunities to work with organizations such as yours. Having said that, at the African Development Bank, perhaps let me start with a question on what are our policies on creating employment opportunities in Africa. We have what we call the Jobs for Youth in Africa strategy, which is a strategy that is helping us to create 25 million jobs in Africa. Our aim with the strategy is to create 25 million jobs in Africa. So far, we have helped in creating about 18 million jobs through that strategy. And that strategy is still ongoing at the bank. We also have a very powerful tool, which we call skills development for employment and employability in Africa. This is an action plan, which we are also rolling out. Through that, we are doing many programs with different countries around skills development, around digital training, and all kinds of opportunities just to stimulate employment opportunities. And that leads me to the question about how do we really do this? Bear in mind, we also work around small and medium enterprises because our aim in Africa is really to help achieve economic development and economic growth in Africa. So when we work with small and medium enterprises, the idea is those in the informal sector, how can we support them and facilitate their transition into the formal sector in terms of access to finance, access to credit, so that they be able to be productive. And those that cannot be transitioned into the formal sector, we focus on how to improve their productivity. Now, how do we do this? Regarding, are we only doing this in Nigeria? No, we are doing all of this across Africa. And the program we are referring to in Nigeria, this is a program where we approved $650 million US to support Nigeria in terms of digital literacy by looking at those sectors that can provide employment opportunities, especially for young people. We're looking at the creative sector in Nigeria. We're looking at the agriculture sector in terms of training around agribusiness, education, around how you can create the next agripreneurs in Africa. So, but not only in Nigeria, we have programs cutting across countries from Morocco to Tunisia. Last week, I was in Botswana discussing with the government of Botswana on a possibility for us to have a program that can help them create 500,000 jobs by 2030, as included in their National Development Plan 12 and the Botswana Economic Transformation Program. As we speak, I'm leading a program for Namibia to help them create several jobs across many sectors, which is a multi-million-dollar big project for them in Namibia. So we work across Africa, but how does this happen? Usually, the way we work, the governors to the bank, they are the ministers of finance of all of these African countries. They come to us with official requests on areas that they would like us to support them. So if a particular country does not come with an official request in the area of education, it's difficult to do anything in that area. We find countries in Africa where they will come to us to help them in terms of road construction, transportation, energy, agriculture, but very limited in terms of education. And so one of the things we do is through those policy instruments and strategies for creating jobs and for education enhancement, we do policy dialogue around human capital development, the importance of it. And that then helps us to generate requests through which we can then support countries. But our work doesn't stop there. We also work with institutions like yours and regional entities in Africa by providing regional public goods, which are mostly grants in nature. Currently, as we speak, we have a call for proposal for regional public goods, and the deadline for that is February of this year. So what it means is that you can have a regional economic grouping like SADC or ECOWAS or East African Community, partnering with an organizations like you, or even NEPAD, or even African Union, and then you put together a very powerful proposal, and you compete. It's because these regional public goods are competitive, because you are competing against other sectors, energy, agriculture, name it, manufacturing, regional integration. So, and then when you put in very powerful, top-notch quality proposals, the likelihood that your proposal will be selected is very high. And then grants can be provided, and then you can serve as an implementing partner to do such projects. Even for the big investment projects that we extend to countries, it's also possible to bring you into the picture, whereby you play a role of an implementing partner in doing so. And we have many other windows, not only the regional public goods, which come from our African Development Fund. We also have the TSF, Transitional Support Facility, which also we do call for proposals, and that tend to come to focus on countries in transition or in fragile situation. We also have our climate change window, through which we also do call for proposals, and competitive proposals can be submitted, whereby you can think about education in the age of climate change or something like that. And once the proposals are solid, then it will go through the approval process of the bank, and the possibility of providing funding is very high. And finally, we also have what we call sponsorship. We can partner with you, for instance, if the topic is really very relevant and we like it, and then we try to do some sponsorship through which you then roll out the program. So there are many opportunities, and that's one of the reasons I decided to come for this event, just to let you know what we do at the bank and the opportunities that exist. But most of the opportunities when it comes to grants, they are usually very competitive. You have to really prepare solid proposals to attract such funding, because it's very competitive. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. Am I audible? I will attempt to answer his question about sustainability. So in most of the institutions that we work with, the organization or the member states that we work with as UNESCO, the expectation is for those institutions, those member states and those organizations to take a lead, so that when UNESCO then moves, then the programs continue. But if we go there as UNESCO and everything is centered around us, then there will not be sustainability. I think for your institution or for your country, I think that would be a lesson learned, that if an organization or if UNESCO is there, institutions must take a leading role. Organizations must take a leading role. Member states must take a leading role, because obviously because of the funding, we will move to another country, and then the program must still continue with the lead of the institutions or the member states. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists, for responding. The cultural barriers, I did not get an answer. I think it's UNESCO. cultural barriers, yes. And then the VC has a question. Over to you, VC, while they are formulating cultural barriers and intervention. VC? Mike for the VC, please. I'm a teacher. Okay.
Thank you very much for your engagement and inputs. I think when we invited the Development Bank, we do understand the business model. And as the ACD and UNISA especially, we were not so much about not knowing the systems, the processes, and the ideation or philosophy that undergirds your work, including who are the investors and the partners and whatever. We know that. It's clear in your policy documents, but also in the work that you do to socialize the work that's done by the Development Bank. I think for us, the critique from African intellectuals is that when we look at the work that you're doing as the African Development Bank, we rarely see the intellectual inputs of Africans and African knowledge holders who understands the context of your development work. And when Professor Jagede then says, how do you work with us to ensure that the aspiration and the trajectory of development that the Development Bank is promoting is consonant to the dreams, aspirations, but also the challenges of the continent. That was the idea why we invited you, so that we start speaking as institutions, because our democratic dividend, our youthful dividend, our economic dividend will come when African institutions work together. And that we see as a gap and as a constructive critique. In the same way that you have critiqued us as ACD to say, are you producing the graduates that are ready for work or that can create jobs for themselves? We heard you. And we think sometimes we do, sometimes maybe we don't do. We heard your critique. You also said we use a competitive model. And we're saying, in a continent that has to deal with a youthful dividend and a bulge, but also with the opportunities that arise from the mineral dividends, biotic resources, the human resources capital. How do you work with us to solve those without that competitive thing? So perhaps what is your corporate social responsibility or corporate citizenship where you can partner, not where you can create a competition? Because that's also a model that we can co-construct with yourself as the Development Bank, but also as the intellectual and scientific brain trust of the continent. So we appreciate your presence. We know that these are difficult questions. We are Africans. We must build Africa together, even when we tell each other the complex truths. We heard you about the quality of the graduates ready for work. Are you hearing us about the policy contradictions that make it impossible? So you talked about creating jobs. I kept on saying sustainable businesses to my colleagues, not to you. How do we do jobs but also sustainable businesses like China, which was comparable to us a few years ago? Korea, which 25 years ago had similar IP outputs as South Africa and any other. So we are together, but we must have these institutional truths to develop Africa. Thank you. I'm a bit passionate about it. That's why I thought we should have you here, because if we keep on knocking quietly, then we don't know how to engage the Development Bank. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And if you give me a right of reply very quickly, what I would like to say is that what we do at the bank is not just about providing financing for development. It's also about intellectual engagement. It's also providing knowledge for countries. providing them with what they need to do to grow their economies and all of that. So I see us partnering, working together in terms of coming together to do maybe intellectual knowledge products, which can be jointly authored or published and then use it to engage policy makers on the continent. I think this is what we can do together very clearly. And I will be looking forward to that. We can create a concept note around that and do something really intellectual, whereby education can lead us to sustainable businesses. Thank you very much.
Anyone to respond on cultural barriers?
Yes, cultural barriers. I didn't get that question. That's why I didn't respond to it. So I will not even attempt Dr. Sijake, because we have a cultural sector at UNESCO that specializes with issues of culture. So after this, I can connect you with our culture colleagues so that they can be able to answer your question. I don't want to attempt to answer it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Shall we applaud them as we prepare ourselves for lunch? Thank you so much. It is good to have a question and answer session so that we sort of create a dialogue. Thank you so much, colleagues. You are welcome to sit as we applaud you. Well done. And I think we will talk more during lunch. Colleagues, we have 30 minutes for lunch. We will eat faster. Yeah, it's only 30 minutes lunch break. Dr. Malapo, where are the VCs going? Together here. Okay. So, lunch is downstairs, floor 1. So, but in the African context, the elders go first and the host eat first in the African context. So that, so the elders will go first, the host will eat first, together with the VCs, and we, the others, we eat last. Yes. So that if there's poison, Digital badges, open educational resources. Now, as an Odell or Codell institution, this is our staff. UNISA has a robot outside. There is a robot, a humanoid robot outside on my left-hand side. The name of the robot is Loazi. It is in teaching and learning. In teaching and learning, the students engage with our robot. So UNISA has already started. If you want to know, UNISA started with AI. We have guidelines for AI, and thanks to the academics, the ICT, the teaching and learning, the research portfolio, we are there in the space of AI. We are there in the space of online. I heard the previous prof saying learner support. I thought we were going to jump into learner support, and we did not. And because this is the big issue, learner support in Odell institutions. I hope we get time here. Prof. Jegede, I hope you give us time to engage in this session, because this is the real stuff that we really need to battle with as Africa and African higher education institutions. Dr. Sigida, Prof. Dr. Salome Sigida, if you can come up front. Dr. Molapo, and also the Doctor for African Bank, Mr. Omilola. Is he still here? Okay. Yes. Okay. Dr. Molapo.
Colleagues, we just want to acknowledge the presence of UNESCO and their support for the work that we are doing as ACDE, and we want to extend our gratitude. The gift for our colleague is being wrapped there, but we wanted to make it as a symbolic gesture to say when we have multilateral institutions that are willing to work with us to invest in the work that we do, and to ensure that as universities we are strong partners, it's also important for them to know that we appreciate the work that they do. Professor Moma, as you come in, you're invited to the stage so that we recognize the presence of UNESCO. Thank you very much.
going to get something. She should get something too.
I think we're the ACD thought that's completed for now. And then you send us all.
Shall we applaud the UNESCO delegate? Thank you very much. We are now going to run, colleagues. We have an hour for the session that is coming now. We have already introduced Professor Jegede, who will be facilitating this process. This is the former ACDE president from National Open University of Nigeria. Shall we applaud Professor Jegede, our pioneer in ACDE? Over to you. And the presenters here will be introduced by Professor Jegede. We have the first presenter who's ready already. Thank you. Another important message here. Her Excellency Professor Sarah Ayang Agbo, our keynote for Gala Dinner, is here. Ma'am, will you be on your feet? Welcome, welcome to the University of the Land, to ACDE 20th anniversary. Now the Gala Dinner is also on. It's happening. It's happening. Prof. Jegede, we have been taking your time. Over to you, but you are a veteran. I know you'll watch it. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go straight into the presentations for two reasons. One is that I'm told that we have 1 full hour for this session, and so once we're starting now, it's about, let's take it that we are starting at 3:15, so we must finish at 4:15. That's number one. Number two is that because the presenters are requesting for a lot of time, which I have denied, I have overruled. But it's still good to compromise. We allow them 15 minutes each because they are 3 instead of 4, and then we have the remaining 15 minutes for discussion. If you all agree, by the way you are nodding, a lot of people are nodding, agreeing with what I've said, because if you disagree, you do it the other way. It is that we allow them present for 15 minutes and then we have 15 minutes for questions. But I wouldn't spend much time introducing them except calling their names. You already know them. If you don't, go to their web pages. Now you know who they are. You look for their CVs and you see them. There's no point wasting time for anybody here. You know, if we are all going digital, then do it. So the first person I'm going to call to come and sit down before I present is Professor James Chibueze. Chibueze will be talking about astrophysics, space sciences, and artificial intelligence, African partnership imperatives. What he's saying, unless he disproves that, is that he's going to take ACD to space. And we're ready to go with you if we must get to space. The next person will be talking about ODEL digitalization and student support. And I hope he's going to differentiate between digitization and digitalization, because there are differences in this. And I will be calling on or requesting Dr. Lazaro to come in and be the speaker here. Dr. Lazaro, you are next. Well, the next, well, it looks like we're having the Gen Z professors now, I think. The next person, the third, will be speaking about micro-credentials and digital badges. And Professor Mpine Makoev will be the one who will be speaking about this. Thank you very much. As soon as you take your seat, we're going to start. But this consists of the rules of engagement. As soon as you start presenting, I'll be counting the minutes. And once you've spoken for 12 minutes, I will give you a yellow card. Once you've spoken for 14 minutes, I will give you a red card. And no more, no less, because I will stand up and stop you once you agree with this. All right. The other part of the rules of engagement is that please don't go on all the protocols. We are not interested in all the protocols here. Just talk to us about what you have in mind. The third rule of engagement is, please note this. We are all professors, or aspiring to be professors, or associated with professors. So don't start talking about I'm professor that. We're not interested in that. Just go straight to your paper and let's make it work. So thank you very much. May I now call on James Chibueze to take us to space. Thank you.
Can I get my slides up, please? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is James. It's a great honor to speak to all of you, and I'm going to show you what we do in terms of astrophysics, space science, and AI. But the most important message I want you to take home is that it is important that African universities come together to drive these sort of projects in space sciences and artificial intelligence. Let me start by saying congratulations to ACDE on getting to 2 decades of shouldering huge responsibilities. I looked at the statistics a little bit, and where I come from, if you've done well, we tell you well done, but we always remind you that the reward for hard work or good work is more work. Now look at the stats I got from United Nations. Within this continent, people age 18 to 24 are about 123 million people. And if I take the numbers from UNISA, which is that we take 30% of the share of the number of people who go to universities within South Africa and expand it, sorry that I'm doing a little bit of mathematics, expand it to the whole continent, it means that universities doing open distance learning should take 58 million of that. Unfortunately, in the African continent, the enrollment rate is 9% against the global 38% for the rest of the globe. Let's assume 10% enrollment rate. It is the responsibility of all of you who are involved in open distance learning, including myself, to take care of 5.8 million people currently. If we change those numbers to 30%, we will be responsible for about 17 million people for their education. So yes, congratulations on the 2 decades. You've done an excellent job, but please keep in mind that more work is waiting for you. There are 20 million people you need to take care of. Now here is my message. I'm going to show you something about the UNISA Center for Astrophysics and Space Sciences, which I lead. I'll talk about astronomy and how collaboration that works, with an example between UNISA and University of Namibia, how it works well and why it is good for us to do that. And then I'll show you the critical role of partnership in Odell, what it plays in why partnership is quite important. UCAS is UNISA Center for Astrophysics and Space Sciences, was launched last year. We do quality postgraduate training, do excellent research published in Nature, Science, Astrophysics Journal, Astrophysical Journal, monthly notices, and so on. I have to speed up a bit because the chair of the session put me a bit under pressure, which is not a problem. We are trying to develop new programs to have a bachelor degree in astronomy and data science. Of course, this is the age of AI, therefore data science is very, very important. We establish collaboration around the globe. We work with people at Oxford, a couple of universities in the US, in Japan, and we also work with industry, like companies like Star Vision. I'll show you the example soon. Of course, universities cannot fund big research in astronomy alone. It's good for you to bring in some money, so we write grants to National Research Foundation, Japan Science and Technology Agency, South African Radio Astronomy Observatory, and Royal Society in the UK. What I want you to pay attention to is our map, our footprint when it comes to the research center and people who are there. You would see we have people from the US, there's China, there's Japan, there is a pilot from Algeria who is doing a PhD with us. How are they able to study astronomy while living in their various countries? Well, if we're able to do it, it means that doing sciences in Odell setting is possible. And we are doing that, and that's what I'm trying to prove to you. Now, I leave this message on the screen. That's a message by a president while he was still a sitting president. I'm not going to say his name because I don't want to be political. He says, leave white men to go to space. Whatever they bring from space, we will buy with our oil money. I do hope that people in this room do not share the same view and that this view has died a natural death. Without development in science and technology, Africa dare not dream of development. Let me remind you that Africa has not produced, Black Africa has not produced a Nobel Prize in physics, chemistry, and medicine. But I will show you very soon that we have a very good chance of doing that in the next 1 or 2 decades. Of course, doing Odell, especially astronomy or space sciences, which requires heavy computing, means that we need very huge access to high-performance computing systems. We don't have a lot in the continent. The blue part you see there is the Ilifu EDR computer, which is in Cape Town. The one in the middle is a high-performance computing system in Japan, and the one at the top is the Center for High-Performance Computing in Cape Town. The one you see people in, it's a new one that has been put in place in Zambia, which is managed by Zamren. So there are a number of high-performance computing systems you can use to do this kind of excellent research in science and technology, including the one I'm showing you there, which was published in Nature. All you need is to get students access to these systems, which is mostly open to everyone to use. They can do their research there while sitting in their home countries, and then you'll be able to train them to become MSCs and PhDs. Here's a second reason why you should pay attention to space sciences even in Odell setting. The biggest radio astronomy project in the world has come to the continent. 10 years ago, we said it is coming. Now it has come already. The Square Kilometer Array is mankind's biggest data challenge. To put it in context, you use internet, you send WhatsApp messages, you share videos, you download pictures online. All the data that has been transmitted over the internet from the inception of internet until now will be produced by this SK project in 1 year. So all the bank transactions, everything will be produced in 1 year. And Africa is privileged, led by South Africa, to be hosting the SKA. Of course, half of it will be in Australia, but let's focus on the one we have on the continent. Thanks to South Africa, we have already the precursor of this huge project that will revolutionize what we know about our environment, our galaxy, our solar system, and the entire universe. The Meerkat. This is not AI movie. This is real telescopes sitting in the Karoo. Each one of those dishes is 13.5 meters in diameter, and they are spread, there are 64 of them spread over 2-kilometer baseline. South Africa invested 4.2 billion rand to build this instrument. In return, they get to host SKA, for which we are pulling together 3 billion euros to construct. And there are already 2 dishes on site as we speak. So this is something that the Odell should be thinking about. And I'll show you why. Well, we make beautiful pictures. If you never heard about the Milky Way, which is our home, this picture was made with the telescope I just showed you, and is a picture of the center of our Milky Way, or the radio waves coming from it, okay? Well, nice pictures, beautiful nature paper, also very good for diplomacy. When the president of China visited, President Ramaphosa smiled very well in front of those pictures, proudly saying we could do this, and Africa has currently the best telescope with which to look at our Milky Way. I like to give the good news first, then I bring the bad news. The bad news is we do not have users of this instrument from Africa. I keep asking the question. The reason I returned from Japan back to the continent is because I want this question answered. Where are the African users of the 14% telescope time that South Africa would derive from being part of the SKA and hosting it? Well, remember those numbers I gave you in the beginning? We can extract more scientists if Odell get into training more science students. So please, my plight is, let's gear all the partnerships between all of you towards addressing the human capital deficiency we have in astronomy and space sciences, so that we can change the narrative, become co-creators of knowledge, rather than just being proud hosts. We can be the proud hosts.
You have 3 minutes to go, please.
Thank you. Okay, that takes care of the first part of my presentation. I'll show you an example of good partnership. Many of you may have seen that image of the black hole when it was on the press. Now, UNISA and UNAM are partnering to put a telescope on the African continent to help us make better images of black holes. And all we want to do is to go to this mountain, which Professor Kenneth, who's here, has confirmed that they have purchased in Namibia. We put in a telescope on top, and we use it to enhance our understanding of our own home galaxy. Okay, now I'll go to the last thing. If you're doing any teaching and learning and it doesn't impact the society, you have missed the mark. Data is enormous. AI has come to stay. Use it, modify it, and use it again. This is what I do with AI. This picture you see here has thousands of galaxies. I would not go one by one to manually identify it. I write AI algorithm that extracts all the galaxies and classify it for me. But here is other things you can do with AI. You can mark scripts if you have a lot of students and we're doing AI grading tool. I'll skip to something else we do with AI. We use it to solve problems for the society. That's Johannesburg and Cape Town. But this is another part of the society that we may not see. This is a huge problem in all African countries. I'm just showing the one of South Africa. I've written AI algorithm that show how informal settlements, or what you call shacks, can be traced if it's expanding, okay? So that the government could provide.
1 minute to go.
Yes. Okay, so the AI tool will take pictures, 2 pictures before and after, and check what the differences is, and identify places where informal settlements has expanded, and you use that to inform the government to provide more amenities. This code has been seen by United Nations Habitat, and they are happy to collaborate with us to use it to monitor people who are displaced in conflicts. And of course, we're collaborating with satellite company. I have highest resolution image of Namibia. You would see it right there. And we're using it to inform UN of how settlements are spreading within Namibia. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. That's great. You've kept to time, because we know if you are going to space, you work on time. Thank you so much. I know you're going to have lots of questions. Please write them down. We have 15 minutes to discuss the presentations. And without being biased, it looks like the space program may be the bride of this session. But write your questions down. The next is, we have Juan Lazaro. to speak to us about ODL, digitalization, and student support. And your time, your 15 minutes starts right now. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I am Jean Lazaro, and I will be speaking about this issue from the experience of my university back home in Mozambique. One of the biggest challenges that we need to consider when you talk about distance education is that we are starting or creating something new in a context in which almost everyone don't believe in distance and online education. And this becomes a challenge in the sense that even those who are the policy designers, when you talk to them about certain aspects of distance education, they don't believe in it. Now it becomes more of a challenge when we know we have got the challenge of, as distance education institutions, as universities, we need to have professors, we need to have PhDs. And in most situations, such PhDs, they don't have experience with distance education. And now, then when we are to work with such kind of people, there are situations related to digitalization and student support, which they are used to a certain kind of system of teaching and learning. And when it comes to this distance education, in a way, most of the aspects, in a way, they have to learn almost from scratch. One of which has to do with digitalization. When we talk about this digitalization, 3 pillars, we consider them as important. One of them has to do with how we relate with the material students use, in the sense of, let's say, we talk about books and others, which we were used to be using physical books, but then we have to turn into digital books, or be them on PDF or e-books. I mean, or video or material which is turned into videos or audio books. And this is a way in which when we talk to people about such kind of material, for them it's a big challenge, and they always want to resort to what they were used to be doing in the past. But as we are in the age of artificial intelligence, this is a society in which there is no way we can go back to what we used to be doing in the past. The second aspect that needs to be taken into consideration has to do with automation. Automation becomes important in the sense that although we may be having, let's say, situations in which students have to be registered physically, we need to slowly be guiding them into doing their processes of registration and other aspects, even institutional management, using automation. And this, in a way, facilitates our lives, and although it reduces the work that was supposed to be done by our manual or physical work. Then the last one has to do with the learning platforms that we have, and which are into places, such as Google Classrooms, Moodle, and this become also important in the sense that with this we can have access to students who are spread all over the country, yet without us having to make a lot of effort to have them to be working in a physical or in a place where they're all together. But then one of the biggest challenges that we have, especially not just in Mozambique, but generally in the African context, is the problem of electricity. In some areas, we've got unreliable power supply, and others, sometimes we've got situations in which students can go for a week or two without electricity. And yet, at our institutions, we have got generators, we've got solar panels, and we're interested in teaching people, in working with people who don't have the same capacity that we have as institutions. And this becomes one of the biggest challenges. How do you have an infrastructure that has got all the necessary supporting material, and yet the beneficiaries, they don't have how to have access or to benefit from such opportunities that the institution has. Another aspect that needs to be taken into consideration, and this doesn't only affect Mozambique, it's a problem that affects all of us, all over the continent, has to do with the reliability of internet connectivity. And it's not just about the reliability of the internet connectivity, it's also the cost of that internet. And this is an issue that we need all of us to come together and reflect on how we can help, especially our students, how we can manage to have them on board in our institutions. As institutions, we have got more financial power and capacity to buy how many bundles that we may have and we may be interested in to support our system. But the question is, are our students walking along the same line with us? Most of our students come from very poor backgrounds. They don't have the resources to sustain, even to pay for their school fees. And yet we expect them, apart from paying school fees, we expect them also to buy bundles, which are expensive. And sometimes we're talking about buying bundles, they have to use tablets and laptops in areas where there is no electricity. So there are two problems. It's lack of electricity, and that electricity was supposed to help them charge their laptops and computers, and yet they don't have, at the same time, they don't have internet. This becomes the second challenge. And the last challenge, which also needs to be taken into consideration, is lack of devices, lack of that financial capacity for them to buy or have the necessary devices, let's say tablets, laptops, and computers that can help them to do their academic work. And yet, in a way, we talk about inclusivity. We want to include everyone, yet those people who want to include them, they don't have that capacity, that capacity to be included. So these are some of the issues that we really need to think about, not just as institutions of distance education, but as a society as a whole. And then, coming to the aspect of student support, at our university back home in Mozambique, we have got one of the aspects that has been well established is the existence of resource centers spread all over the country. But still, having resource centers spread all over the country does not mean helping students, even for those very remote areas, to have access to our institutions. And that's also another challenge. This is why we have got, we are distance and online institutions. But the aspects that I've brought into consideration here also need to be reflected on. So, apart from us having those resource centers spread all over the country, we have got help desk offices, email support students. We also have WhatsApp approaches of helping students. And then finally, we have got the Moodle, which is also used to work for the institution to work with students. But still, the challenges that I have brought in for discussion, I think they still remain, not just as far as digitalization is concerned, but also as far as student support is concerned. So this is, as I mentioned before, this is an issue that we need to think seriously about how we want to bring everyone on board as far as distance and online education is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. You won't believe it. Joan spent 10 minutes. So he still has 5 minutes, but now we add it to the question time for people to ask questions. So could you please applaud him for keeping to time or under time? Just give him an applause. Oh, nobody wants to applaud you. Okay, let's move on then. We'll move on to micro-credentials and electronic badges. And this will be given by Mpine Makwe. And your time starts right now. Okay, yes. No, when I sit down.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Mine is just an easy one. After Professor Chibweze has talked about the space and AI, and Dr. Lazaro spoke about the issue of student support. And I think all of us are here because we need to support students and we need to see our continent succeed. One of the things that we are all concerned about throughout the continent is the number of young people. Africa is becoming younger and younger, and many of them are either not in education, employment, or training. So they are not doing any of those, which is a big concern because that's part of unemployment, and they need to ensure that we grow the economy of the country and of the continent. And there are also rapidly changing economic factors and workplace drivers that impacts on high unemployment rates. So the unemployment has been going on for some time, and part of the reason is the skills mismatches. Digitalization came into the system and everything just turned around. So because of that, work that used to be done by people, increasingly they are now done by machines and other things. So we find ourselves in spaces where there is a huge need for reskilling, upskilling, and skilling people in a different way, in a different format. So that's where the micro-credentialing come into effect. The other issue is about inequitable access to cost-effective learning and skills development in the labor market. So how do higher education institutions work together with society to ensure that we do the work that we say we are doing, the work of ensuring that we increase access to education, we increase access to training. Now, that's where micro-credentialing came into being. And part of the reason that we have micro-credentialing is that some people do not need to be at universities for 4 years, 3 years, 4 years that we usually have. They can just go and do a particular program or a qualification and walk out with a certificate that shows that they have actually went through this particular program, and these are the what they walked out with. So it's important for us to understand, and as much as we are higher education institutions, we have programs, one of the mandates of open distance learning institutions is lifelong learning. And lifelong learning means that you can study anywhere, anytime. And on top of that, you can walk into the system as and when you want to and leave the system as and when you want to. You don't have to wait for a degree if you are not interested in getting a degree. Or even if they are imagining a time where even if you don't need a degree, you can have stackable qualifications that you can take to an institution that is an examining institution. By the way, UNISA, when it started as an examining institution. So probably there may be an institution like this where you bring in different qualifications and you take them to an examining institution. It decides whether this is a diploma, this is whatever. No one is giving you a curriculum that you need to follow in order for you to do what you are doing. And it's also about personalizing education. Personalization of education is also growing in the field to ensure that people are doing what they want to do. But that requires a different format and a different way of doing things. Above all, it requires a different thinking that is supported by policy. Some years ago, the African Council for Distance Education, members of the African Council for Distance Education thought that the best way of ensuring that we are together is to have different, to offer different qualifications in different universities. If NOUN, for an example, was offering something on agriculture, so people from UNISA, students from UNISA can register and do that. And we tried that system, but it got stuck because of regulatory frameworks that we have per country. So those regulatory frameworks, they are stifling in terms of what gets accredited and what doesn't get accredited. And now as the world shrinks and as there is a lot of digitalization, that can be questioned as well. Are we still relevant? Are we still responsive to the society that we find ourselves in? Because if we continue with systems that had been working since 1800s up until now, and they were working because they were meant for that particular context. And now context is changing. We need to start thinking differently and in ways that will assist all of us. So now that's how the argument about micro-credentialing came in. And there's it's not a concern. People tend to inflate micro-credentialing and digital badges. Micro-credential, once you finish maybe a program on micro-credential or a certificate, you can get a badge. However, badges are not micro-credentials. You don't have to have micro-credentials. Badges, you can get a badge for doing something that we call informal learning. And maybe you are just doing a small skill, but that skill can be just one credit, and you can add into other credits to make up a bigger micro-credential that can be accredited as a program. So there is a difference between badges and micro-credentialing. Badges, again, is that, for an example, we want our students to participate in online learning. And many of them are not interested in participating unless you say to them, you are going to get something. So badges can be something like that, where you are encouraging motivation, you are encouraging participation. You just don't throw your work there and expect that they would work. You say you do this homework together as a team, as a group, and then those that participated, you show how you participated, because we also have to teach them collaboration skills, and they are working at a distance, and they are on their own. So we need also to start making sure that some of these skills they can achieve by doing certain assessments, but those assessments can be linked to badges that they get in order for them to get a qualification. It can be a short, very short course for 2 weeks or something like that, and they get a badge. However, micro-credentialing are going to be the future of higher education and lifelong learning, especially education systems that purport to be supporters of lifelong learning. And as we design micro-credentialing, we need to be clear that we are designing programs that are context responsive. They need to be responsive to a certain need. Hence the need for collaboration with the market, hence the need to collaborate with companies and all that. But one other issue that we need to be careful about in the continent is the issue of the digital divide. So as we are doing that, we need to reflect, as we are developing responsive micro-credentialing, that no one is left behind. And therefore, what we do, we need to reflect on our technological realities and ensure that we use different systems, different modalities, blended, low-tech, mobile, compatible, face-to-face, low bandwidth delivery system, because that's what we need in this country, in Africa in general, to ensure that what we are trying to achieve, what we are trying to train people on, or what we are trying to skill people on, it can reach as many people as possible. People do not have to feel like they are not party to it. So institutions should start working very closely with industry. Institutions should work closely with all these sectors that are going to absorb our students. And that's why I'm saying sometimes we have regulatory bodies in our countries that are not aligned, or that don't look at this. And fortunately in South Africa, CHE and a group of other, CHE was leading a project from the South African perspective, but it was working with all other commissions in Namibia, in Mauritius, in Estonia, in Europe. They had two European countries, and they worked on the POMISA project. And the report was revealed that there are many issues that we can do to look at the potential of using micro-credentialing, because in AI, in the world that is heavily digitalized, we cannot teach the way the way we were taught. We cannot continue with systems the way they are.
You've got 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes to go.
10 minutes.
3.
3. All right. Okay. I'll try my best. So we cannot work with the way we have been working. And what it means for our countries, because this we can't do it as institutions alone. Even if we can try, things won't work. In Africa, we need regulatory body that will enable portability of qualifications, portability of transfer of skills and portability, moving from this place to that place. I could take a module here and another one in Noun, another one in OUT, and bring it together somewhere. The EU has that type of a system where you can move around the continent, and I don't know why we are delaying on that, because everyone would say, you know, my regulatory body is saying this. But I think it's up to us, especially associations like this one, to start engaging regulatory bodies across the continent so that they all understand that it is a quality issue, because if regulatory bodies are not aligned to the needs of the country, 10 years or 20 years down the line, we'll still be reporting about unemployment, skills gap, skills shortages, all those things, because we are continuing to do things that do not really serve our purpose. Therefore, for us to achieve that, we need to integrate micro-credentials in a national lifelong strategy. It should become part of what we are doing. not something that is, a good to have. And we need to ensure that we strengthen our infrastructure and systems for it to work well. If we are going to deal with regulatory bodies, we deal with regulatory bodies and all other institutions that impact on it. But more importantly, there must be political commitment. There must be political will, and we need to address our policies so that our policy system
1 minute, please.
is aligned.
1 minute.
So that our policy systems are aligned to the education system that we want. The education system that is meant to grow the continent, to develop the continent. This thing of being competitive amongst ourselves will never take us very far, because what we are faced with, it's a giant that needs us to respond to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much to the presenters. I'd like us to go into the discussion and mainly questions and answers. Yeah, I'd like to refer to what the executive director has said, and that this session is a session that is dealing with emerging technologies, and this may be a very different area to many of us, or maybe difficult. But I guess what Jerome Bruner said, for those of you familiar with educational psychology, is that, and he says, well, let me paraphrase it, that any matter, any issue can be taught to any child in an intellectually honest form for that child to understand. And that's what they have tried to do. They have reduced all the high-level things, all the jargon, to what we can understand. Let me just summarize what they have said, and I hope that's the right one. James talked about Chibueze, says, this is the age of artificial intelligence, and Africa must be ready to go to space with it. And he's saying that this is the time for ODL to get into whatever he's doing. The second person, Juan Lazaro, says he's wondering, he's questioning how emerging technologies can be used for student support, can be used for digitalization, and he's asking us to figure it out. The third person, Mpine, talked about micro-credentials. And this is just a summary of micro-credentials. In this day and age, and that is why what we are doing is getting challenged, many students are no more interested in coming to your campus and spending 4 years for a degree. Semester 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, and then before they can get a BSc, whatever. So they spend 4 years all the time just for one degree. She's saying the time has come to now break your courses into several units. You may do it 3 months, 4 months, and people will come in and do that course, get a certificate, go out and work, and come back and do whatever. So rather than putting all together to get a degree, I think this is a summary, and she says it is time for higher education. So it is now time for us to ask questions, and they will be asked to respond to whatever you are asking, and they may want to even delve into what they have not been able to discuss. But I'm going to give you, and I will advise, please, that you should help them to help us, that reduce your questions to just 1 or 2 sentences. In fact, 2 sentences. Your questions should be 2 sentences. Please don't congratulate anybody. Don't say anything. There's no protocol. Just go straight to your question and refer it to any of the presenters or to what the topic they have presented. So, questioning time, I start from here. Question, please. Do you?
Thank you very much.
2 sentences, sir.
Thank you, panel. And
that's one sentence.
What concerns me is that, and I would like the panel to answer that, is there's no mention of teaching the basics. You need to understand the basics to be able to discern whether the AI-generated information makes sense or not. And it's not emphasized.
The teaching of the AI is not emphasized. Is that what you're saying?
You have to still do the basic training, understanding the knowledge like civil engineering or astrophysics or medicine or whatever.
I hope you get what he's saying. Yeah.
And you put now your prompts into AI.
He understands it. You have gone to 4 sentences now. Thank you. So he understands it. I've just asked him. He has understood your question.
Yeah.
So that's going to happen. He will get to answer whatever you have.
Okay.
He will answer your question. Thank you very much. Next. Yes.
Thank you to the presenters. My question is to Prof. Magwe, who's talking about micro-credentials and the fact that, they're important. And I agree they're important. But my question is, we're linking them to digital badges. And we're saying that might give them might help to attract the students and perhaps also to give them some legitimacy. And I'm asking myself, what's the difference between a digital badge and a certificate of attendance of a short course?
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
2 sentences. She has actually asked herself the question. I guess. No. You directed the question to her because you said you're asking yourself this. I was wondering whether that's what she's going to attempt. So you understand what she's saying? The issue about digital badges and the difference between digital badges and attendance, certificate of attendance. Next, please. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. My question is to Professor Chibueze. What do you think, what programs can our institutions put into place so that our students will connect to more high-performance centers?
Do you understand that? How do we get whatever you are saying into the classroom? How do we get our students to understand this? You have mentioned using the UNESCO or World Bank figures of 130 million children roaming the streets, but you haven't told us what she's saying, how we can get them into the classroom and study astrophysics. Okay, any other question? Well, we have just one more. All right.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, thank you, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Just a quick one. First of all, great job, Prof. Chibueze, for an excellent work you're doing. My question is quite simple. Our brothers and sisters, pass matric well, one university get, flooded with applications, and there's only limited space. What can, ACDE and the like of your center do to resolve these issues? Because we are sitting with that problem. Next year we're going to be here, and it's going to get worse. And these are, issues that we are faced with as a country, as a continent. Thanks.
Thank you very much. He has asked a question about how, again, to both of you, how we deal with this large number of students, all right? And he says the question is simple, but I'm not sure whether it's simple to you. So you might need to answer that in a language that all of us will accept. So I'll give each one of you, let me just check. Each one of you will have 3 minutes to respond. 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions. It showed that you paid attention to the things I said, which is good. Your question on devices, yes, if you don't have baseline knowledge, doing anything will be impossible. If you don't know how to use computers, it doesn't matter if you buy a 10 million rand computer, you wouldn't be able to use it. AI has come to stay, as I said. So it's better we start now to inculcate that knowledge to our students, train them on how to use it. What is more important, which I didn't have time to say, is the fact that we're all using this already without knowing it. If you play music on YouTube, you're using AI. If you shop on Take-A-Lot or anywhere else, you're using AI. If you watching movies, you're using AI. However, Africa is lagging behind. All the models used to predict your behavior is trained with data from outside this continent. There is no Afrocentric model for AI prediction. And that is what we all need to come together and develop. Bring all the data you have from your Odell institutions, bring all the data from the financial institutions, let us train models and have a model that works the way we do things in this continent, that works and predicts things better for us. So I hope I attended to that. The second one was, what courses do we need to introduce in universities? It's a big data world. China and US, China was the first to make that decision. From elementary school, children are taught machine learning, and that is an aspect of AI. America copied it and introduced it. So there are 2 countries that teach machine learning and AI at kindergarten level, and that is China and United States of America. Okay? If we can't do it at that level, we should come to the universities and introduce data science. In principle, AI is all about all the data. If I collect your transaction history, I'll tell you what you buy in 2 years. It's very simple. It's not magic. Okay? So we need to introduce data science in school. You may have seen that I said we're developing a course in Bachelor of Science for Astronomy and Data Science. Okay, good. Let me jump to the third one. You asked, just to reconfirm that I got the question correctly, there are too many students doing matric, and they all want to come to the university. Yes, that's what we will have. Our population in Africa is growing, I think at the minimum at 3% per year. So you will even see more, and you will not have enough professors to teach them in school, and the schools, the conventional universities, would not be able to take all of them. Now it goes back to AI. A lot of the things we do in universities are redundant things or routine that we can move to machines so that humans can focus on the things that machines cannot do. So if you ask me to teach 50,000 students and I accept to teach it, I will make sure I focus on making them learn. I would not spend 1 minute marking scripts, because I'll make machines mark the scripts and provide feedback to the students while I focus on the students' learning.
Thank you very much.
So if we don't move to AI, we will not be able to meet the need of the continent.
Thank you very much.
Can I make just one
Thank
last
you.
sentence?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Lazaro. Thank you.
Yes, once again, good afternoon. My concern is that we need to always know that AI has come to stay. We may try to run away from it, and wherever we go, it will follow us. So for that reason and for that purpose, what we need to do is we need to ask ourselves all the times, how as Africans can we make AI relevant to our situations and relevant to our people? Looking at the situations that each and every society is living in Africa. This is irrelevant because if we read, if you get into the literature, you'll find that as Africans, we were I would call the brains behind so many types of technology that we invented or we started before Christ. But then, from then to now, we stayed behind. Now we are just consumers who consume what others are producing. So first we need to ask ourselves how to make that relevant. And then we need to also to think of how we can move away from just being consumers to producers of things and technology, let's say gadgets and other issues which are relevant to us as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Mpine,
Thank you. My question was the difference between digital badge and attendance certificate. There are different kinds of digital badges, and they are given after something has been completed. Even when you enroll in an online course, a free online course, you can get a digital badge, and and it does say you have enrolled, you have done some assessment, and this is what this digital badge means. Or you have attended this course to completion, and this is what this digital badge is. So there are different kinds. There are those where you can get a digital badge just for enrolling, or just for attending, or just even for completing the assessment that you are required. Most of the digital badges that are attached to the assessment, you tend to pay a little bit more, so that people who assess you are being paid. Most of these, there are lots of online courses these days, and you can take whatever you want. Sometimes you want to take it just to improve. It's an informal way of learning. But however, micro-credentials can be offered at a university, can also be offered online, and they are also, sometimes it's a program of 3 weeks, 4 weeks, or a month, or even a year. So it can still be a micro-credential, depending on, they are giving you a credit on a specific skills or competency that they expect you to walk away with. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to do something unorthodox here and throw it back at the people who ask the questions. Hello, sir. Is your question answered? Thank you very much. Madam, is your question answered? Fully answered? All right, that's fine. One thing about micro-credential is that they give you not a certificate, a badge for your participation, and they count that towards total credit for you. So if you attend there are a way to do it. If you attend about 10 of this program, and it's structured in such a way that you learn, you get a badge. And the badges will be put together, and it gives you an equivalent of a 2-credit course or 3-credit course, which you can now use to take any other course, any other degree elsewhere. That's the way it is. If you attended the ICDE in Costa Rica about 3 years ago, I don't know how many of you did it, they gave us the electronic badges for that. So if you assemble that for a number of years, you will then be given a certificate, or it will be counted towards doing a program at a university. In Nigeria, we've attempted using electronic badges in some programs, and it's working. The Secondary School Commission is doing that, and we help them to develop the electronic badges. Thank you. Ma, are your questions answered? Thank you very much. Well, where's the next person? Where is it? He's not there. The person who asked the question there. So all right. Thank you. Okay. He asked about enrollment. I think it's been answered. So, ladies and gentlemen, before I call on the executive director, I want to thank you for your putting up with the idiosyncrasies with regard to how to manage a lecture of this or presentation. But I can tell you what I have learned, which is again unorthodox. You see the way the interpreters or they come in and touch the person at the back and say, "Get away, I'm coming in." For the next presentation, if I'm going to chair, I will tell each one of them to time themselves. 1 is 15, just go and tell the person and get up and you continue. That makes it easier, and the pressure will not be on us. That's something I have learned. But thank you very, very much. And will you please, if you have any issues with what they have said, we have the time between now and 5 o'clock. We also have the dinner. Is it at 5 or at 6 o'clock? At 6 o'clock, so you can network with anybody and continue with the conversation. So please, madam, thank you so much for allowing us to be part of this course. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Chegede, and the panelists, Prof. Makwe, Dr. Lazaro, and Prof. Chibueze. This session needed the whole day because these are the burning issues. Colleagues, we are about to close the session, but not closing, because the MND is online. I don't know if colleagues can join. Do we have a link if we are interested? Is it still alive? Professor Tennyson Guccini is busy with the MND, the master's and doctoral students. If we are interested, those of us who are here can join online. Is there a link for us?